And yeah, people was asking about you. So I told them you were on, but people came in afterwards. So I'm gonna have to forward that.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to put that one back in the chat so people can listen to it, even though it's
okay.
already there. But I
Yeah, it's
gotta
way
bring you
back
back
there.
on. Yeah.
No problem. No problem.
All right. So
All right.
thanks for coming. Wait, no,
All right.
Jazz just called me, so he'll be here shortly.
That's cool.
But I got very good feedback about last night. I enjoyed having y'all on. I hope
Yeah,
Yogi come back too.
that was fun. That was
Yeah,
fun.
it was. It was fun. So tonight we're gonna run it again.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah. So how's everything with you and the weather up there where you at?
It's great. It's like 74 was the highest. It was cloudy, but it never little few
Oh, so
showers
yeah.
here and there. We get
Oh,
nothing. We too far. Yeah, we too far north.
man, debris everywhere outside. I ain't clean up nothing today. I
Get
stayed
out
home
of
with the
here.
kids.
What?
Yeah, and I heard from Hurricane Helena, whatever her name is.
Fuck, right.
I got branches down in the yard and everything. I left it right there.
Yeah, yeah. Me and my baby boy, we at my mom's house, we got up some leaves. It blew off a lot of the leaves, but I'm looking up like shit. That's all it did. I don't need them to blow all them shits off. Because by morning, it's gonna look like we didn't do anything. Like we ain't do
Right.
shit.
Okay, okay, okay. I was trying to get the flyer done this weekend. Hopefully I have it done this weekend for your boy. I hope he
Oh
like
yeah.
the topic. Yeah.
This is
So as soon as I
yeah.
get it done, I'm gonna run it to him probably tomorrow.
Right, right.
So I'm looking forward to that. For anybody listening, we're also having the Water Alchemist on coming up in
Yeah,
October.
she in the building
He's
every
gonna
day,
come on before
guys.
Halloween. So
Uh, oh yeah.
you know that shit gonna be popping.
Oh fire. Yeah, yeah.
I'm looking forward to that.
October 31st forever.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's great.
What's up, everyday goddess? Can see her on there. I didn't mean to hit that button. How y'all doing? You say I can't hear you, mama. Hold on.
Yeah, she sound far away.
Yeah, she sound far away.
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. I was just telling Legend that I got good
I
feedback
think I
that
hear a
I'm
little
gonna have.
bit.
I was
Can
just
you hear
telling
me?
Legend.
Oh
Can you
yeah,
hear
you
me?
loud and clear right now. Yeah, boy,
Yeah.
I hear both of y'all loud and clear. Yeah.
Okay, I had my earpiece in. It
Okay.
need to be from the dollar store the way it act. Oh my goodness. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good.
Everything.
But I was saying I got good feedback, so I wanted to bring you and Legend back on, um, coming up soon. So I'll be getting with y'all to get some dates and get that going this weekend. But you know, today I was just chilling.
You needed to. I know
Yeah,
you
I
were, but
didn't
you
do
had
nothing
that day
today.
off because of the storm.
I promise I got out of bed at 6:30 to
Getting
start
ready
getting
for
ready for
work.
this. That's it. That's it.
I feel you.
Stayed in the bed the whole time today. Got up to eat a
And
little something and went back
I'm
to
telling
bed.
you, mental just stepped in the building. Mental
I'm,
was good.
Yeah.
which one was good?
I see mental just joined. Mental,
Oh,
Mike, another Michael. We got like three Michaels in.
all
Yeah.
right.
What's up, mental?
I
Can't
have,
hear me.
I had.
You go, what's going
There,
on?
there. What's
What's
going
going
on,
on?
God?
It's all good in the neighborhood.
Yes. Your Jazz called me, so I know he's gonna be here shortly.
He ain't never on time.
He just called me about, before I got on, like 6 minutes before I got on. He said, I'll be there. Like, all right.
Oh, he didn't give you a time now. He just said he was gonna show up.
He know we starting at 8. You better come on. I will
He said
reach
you
out and touch him.
punctual.
He know.
That's funny.
He said, I'm on schedule.
Yeah,
What's
we
good
on
with you? I ain't
schedule.
heard from you in a while, Lear.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that Jazz Dizzle in the building.
Let's
Yes.
get going.
say continue.
There you go. Hey,
Y'all see me?
Jazz.
What's up? What's up? How
Hey,
you?
what's up?
Cooling, cooling.
So we live.
We
So
live.
I've been looking forward to this, as you know, because when I come on to your podcast with you and Mental, this topic is always a very strong point for you. And I think that people really need to hear it because it's going to be so beneficial to a lot of people. So I'm glad you came on to talk about it. Um, I'm sure other people had hit me up and said it was going to be here. So as they trickle in, that's fine. You know how we do. We just going to get the ball rolling. So introduce yourself. Tell people about you that don't know who you are.
Hi, my name is Jazz Daly. Um, I'm friend of Miss Visa. She came on. We've been friends for on a culturally speaking. Actually, I used to listen to her back when she was on Panic's broadcast on Talk Show, and then I joined the group, and then we just clicked ever since then. It's like
Mm-hmm.
I've known her, for basically my whole life. Then
Mm-hmm.
she got locked out of her group, and I was an admin, and she asked me to make her, get her back into her page. And then from there, talked to her. Then my brother Mento, who I share a podcast on, Overstanding Darkness. We're there. We used to be Sundays, but now we're gonna do Friday nights. Um, Due to a lot of things changed in my life, so it fits better for both of us, and I hope many of you can join us. So from there, we just click. I invite her on our show, and she's in she's just been in there. She's our
Yeah,
spiritual
we're
sister.
there.
Yeah, that's, I mean, we got a
Well, we
spiritual.
more than that now because let me tell you, um, Jazz was the first person, I'm gonna say this, that got me out of my shell to talk, to say anything. Because he was like, well, I got a show. I didn't know anything about the podcast that he was having on Understanding Darkness. And he just kept talking to me long before I got on, that came on the show. Because I think I reached out, that was November of last year.
Right.
I didn't come on until months later. And I just wasn't comfortable with it, but he taught me into it. And I'm glad he did because let's just say taught me into it, just kept talking to me in a way that I felt comfortable enough to do it. And then once he introduced me to Mental, it was a done deal. It was a wrap.
Everybody say that
Mental,
about mental.
yeah,
Mental
it was a wrap. It was a wrap. I
is
didn't have a choice at that point. I was like, either I'm going to do this or not. And they just really welcomed me back like I had been there all along. And I appreciate y'all for doing that for me. So it's a lot of love between us. I always will be. So I appreciate that.
no
Um,
problem, no doubt.
Tell them about your products too. I want to tell everybody what you do too.
Okay, well, I am having for the ones that's locally, I'm involved in a Sunday. I'm hosting an event, a neo soul event here in Rochester that starts at 7 or 8. If you're in this area, please feel free to join us. Also, I make candles, and I make spiritual candles. So that's at stardustcandle.com. Do a lot of different things from cutting the liquor bottles and filling them back up with your favorite fragrances. Then I have my own line of jars that I sell on a regularly. I also do a little bit in the herbs, teas. I make products like beads. I make a male energy enhancement. I make elderberry syrup. I still need to get into my sea moss. I have it. I haven't made it, but a lot of different things on the candle line I specialize in, and that's at stardustcandles.com. And I'm Jazz Daily on any platform that you find, whether it's Instagram, whether it's TikTok, Facebook. I'm Jazz Daily.
Okay, okay. And where is the event going to be? I didn't hear.
It's here in Rochester. It's on
Well,
State Street. It's at the new wine bar that's here. I have it posted on my page. If you want to contact me, inbox or anything, Facebook, just
can you
Jazz
post
Daily.
it? Can you post it here after the show if you can, or after the
Yeah,
show, post it here for the
I
people
can.
that's here later on, and they can come on. Some people everybody might not get on tonight, so people can know where you're going to be. and
Okay.
just try to show their support. And I reposted the flyer. All his information is on that flyer. His website for his candles and where you can contact him is on that flyer. So if you need to get at your boy Jazz, please feel welcome to. Um, so let's get started.
Let's get
Um,
started.
Again, I want to thank you for inviting me so welcomely into speaking and getting to this point, because you were definitely instrumental in this whole process, and I am so grateful for you for that. Okay.
Hey, if I
Um,
can do it, you can do it. Because I am not really a speaker. When you told me to come out here, I was like, without mental? What?
I know, right? Yeah, yeah,
So, but anything for you. So,
yeah. But
and
I always knew you could do it though, because you were already doing it before I was.
mm,
And so I was like, I just wanted you to come out more too, and just shine like you do when you be on the podcast with Mental. You know, I thought I once I listened to you all this time, I knew that there was something that you needed to get out to everybody else, to a larger audience, or to whoever can hear it, because what he does, how he started me, I'll say this, how he started me to paying attention to things that I needed to detach from, is I was in his group. We have a text group that I was in, and he would say, well, everybody, we're gonna take a break from social media for 3 days or for a week. And so I started doing that, and I was like, damn, it did make a difference, that I wasn't tied to my phone or checking what was going on, but I would still find myself doing it sometimes just out of habit. And then you called me out on that too. And you're like, no, you need to just really take a full break from all of it to focus on your spirituality or your work, or just focus on you. So that's the detachment part. So can you elaborate on that and how you learned about that?
well, yeah, that was one of the things. Like me and Mental been going back and forth about things that don't no longer serve you. You have to go ahead and find a way to, be in control. That's one of the biggest things right now. Is like, it's kind of like we was talking about the shower thing. I just mentioned it last week where I was watching brother Yusuf. He was on Black Magic 363. This was a while ago, but he was talking about being in control and how you take control of your everything about you. So one of the things that he was talking about was like they was asking about what kind of shower they take, and then he was like, well, I take a pretty much a warm shower. And then Brother Rich started out. He said then he started basically. He said that he started off with a warm shower, and then he turns it to cold. And when he turns it to cold, the natural instinct, us, the human part, wants to go ahead and say, no, 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 no. So he was like, he was an expression saying, oh man, nah, nigga, don't turn that cold water on. We like hot. So he turns it over and he said, you know what? You won't control me, I will control you. So that's kind of like the thing, like with social media. I was
Mm-hmm.
felt like I was spending too much time on there myself. So what I started to do, during meditation, I heard it said, you know what, just start taking a break, put your little thing up or whatever, say, a spiritual maintenance or whatever you got to do. And then, first I was trying it for a day, you know, Mental's like, man, you ain't really, I said, man, it's really something I have to do. And then, so I tried it for a day. I tried it for 2 days. So now I'm up to going ahead where every Wednesday until Sunday, I try to go ahead and detach from any social media. And I tell you, it makes a big difference on everything, how you think, how you perceive. When you come back, it's just like so much stuff has happened, and then you like, and it, especially this year around my birthday, it was a little tough because uh I'm a Virgo. So one thing
Right.
about us, we share love with all other Virgos. So I missed a lot of birthdays, and it was, because they fall on it. So I just have to say, you know what? During this month, if you're a Virgo, happy birthday. And that is still
Mm-hmm.
now. Happy birthday, anybody watching. Virgos, big up. But
September 16th, right?
yes, yes, September
Okay, happy
16th.
belated birthday.
Thank
Yeah.
you, thank you. So when I started to do it, then it led me to do other things too. So it just shows you a balance how you can have just a little bit, when you do that little bit extra for yourself, how things can change. And then, it make you start to think about what you're eating, how you spend your time. Okay, now you're not on social media. Now what's up? Where we at right now? Where we gonna be? So you start to deal with a lot of self disciplines that you have to fight off yourself, whether it's, drinking, whether it's hanging out, whatever your five sugar is, one of those things that looks good, feels good, smells good, and tastes good, sounds, all five of your senses, whichever one is going ahead and controlling you, you start to get a little bit more control where you can handle and control those things itself. So that's the real reason why I started, because, self-discipline, becoming one with self.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, I realized how much I was holding my phone in my hand.
Mm,
And because I was always on my phone. If I was playing a game on social media, I was doing something where I could have been focusing on my projects,
mhm. And you
or
you got a
or
lot.
even just
You got a lot of projects. I'll be on
yeah.
you about doing them all.
Yeah, and I could have been meditating, I could have been doing something else, but I literally would spend like an hour on playing games or something like that. And I didn't realize it, and that I was on my phone as much. And I was like, let me start breaking this down. And I realized I do have a lot of time to do things. I really found I needed to structure my time better so I could focus on my spiritual work and my projects and myself, just period. So that was a very good thing that I learned also. Um, Also, when you talk about, we said discernment and detachment,
Mhm,
I also knew that you were in the industry and you're a musician.
mhm.
How has having the spirit of discernment really worked for you, and how,
Well,
helped you to get through so you could manifest the things you have now?
okay. Yeah, so I have a entertainment company that I've been dealing with for the last like 30 something years. It's locally here, where I've done shows, studio work, I've had artists, I've done all of those kind of things. And I
You got a
started out,
reward too?
yeah,
You got a reward.
I got
Tell
an
it.
o- I got an award. It's here from one of the guys that's, was there when I was in the beginning, about doing like shows here locally. So they kind of did a citywide thing where they gave me it was real special, because the things I do, I don't do it for like recognition. I do it because I love to do it. And that's the whole thing about spirituality too, is like the podcast. Like when I was just at rehearsal for Sunday, and then one of the guys is like, well, how do you get paid, this, that, or whatever? I say, you know what? Pay isn't really my concern anymore about a lot of things. It's more getting truth out. So and having that, because when I started out, I was gun ho. I wanted to go ahead and do anything I can do, be on the other side with the music industry. And then, like even this current situation, the stuff that's going on with Puffy, it's it just looks takes me back to a time when I was just like, I was trying to do anything to be down. Like I'm not I'm not really a Puffy fan. However, Bad Boy was a big thing up here in New York. So I was like, I heard that he was going to be on the radio station. I actually got on a flight that next morning, and I was there with a project that I did to give it to him, and saying I waited outside. That's how hungry I was. However, like I had previous during that time, I was doing some work with Devontae, from Jodeci, where basically it was like I was kind of like his ears in the streets up here. So I was bringing different artists to go ahead and perform in front of them. My younger sister actually joined this thing that was called the Basement Crew. That went, where you get Genuine and Timberland, Missy, a lot of people that during that time from here. They weren't from here, but they traveled here, and I got to see a little bit, inside what goes on. So one of the biggest things that I've done is tweet. I grabbed her from you know, previous things that I'd known her to sing and everything, and then I begged her. I begged her, and she finally came. After a while, and then the moment that she came and sung in front of Devontae, Missy, and the other girls in the group, they loved her. And then from there on, her story continues. So that's one of the biggest things. She came back home maybe 2 years now.
Hmm.
Then I met her. They was giving her rock awards, Hall of Fame award here in our city. I went down and I seen her, and then afterwards we hung out, and then she did this big spill in front of everybody, and she was like, if it wasn't for this guy, I wouldn't be here where I am
Hmm.
today, because she was doing a different style of music that time, and then she was like, when you're ready, when just let me know, I'll come back home and I'll do showing that hosted. And I was like, wow, that's really nice. So at the time when you do certain things, like while going through all of these things, like I had discernment about like just joining and being a part of the bigger picture with a lot of stuff. Like even like with my sister, I told her, I was like, look, you go on the other side of that door, this is, so I know when she came back and she told me, she said, everything you said was the truth, so just growing. And then it was been times where like when I was doing promotion here in the city, I was in a big building, but it was a small little bar that was set up in the place. And the owners, I started doing my shows, and then I was packing the place out, lines around the corner, mental's my witness. Then what happened, it got so big, we was doing first people back in the 90s to do something on a Sunday night. And so what happened is that it got to the point where I had record execs coming in. They was are looking for singers and promotion, because they was already here during that whole Jodeci when they made their album time. So they were all here. So I was getting people handing me their cars, this, that, or whatever. So it grew big. Then the people upstairs were lawyers, and I don't know what kind of connections they got, you know, whatever, but they was like, they wanted to meet with me. So I went downstairs. Brought my crew to help me go ahead and did everything. We went and we met, and then I had my brother. He was a security, my god brother. But he came, and then we went out. They went over everything. They was like, look, we like what you're doing here in the city. Said, but the thing is, it's just that you're too big for what we have going on here. So they're connected and everything. So they said you can move to any part of the city. We'll build a place. You can go ahead and run whatever you want to do, this, that, or whatever, whatever. And then I heard it, and it was just like, don't take it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, don't
Hmm.
take it. And then so I was listening to it. Then I met with everybody afterwards, and I was like, I ain't doing it. And then it's like, why, man? This is a good idea. You ain't got no rent. You have the place, this, that, whatever. And I was like, spirit just say, don't do it. And then a lot of people fell out with me during that time, because even my god brother, he was like in the streets, heavy, heavy, where he was
Hmm.
like, I ain't worried. You ain't got to worry about this, that. And I was just like, it ain't that, bro. It's just that I'm not taking it. And then so what ended up happening, um, it flourished, like the people that, because they started, another person came in after me. They did this, broke down the walls, they built another place. Then they went out by the beach, and then this guy, today, but he's doing good. And then when they told me that I made him more money than he's ever seen in his life, and then
Mm.
I just knew. And then couple times, like maybe a month after or something, I start hearing about people that own places that they was going to their home after they left, and it was like 3 incidents here where the owners got, they killed them, so
Mm.
I don't even know why, don't want to know why, but it was, then it just came back, and it was just like, you know, so I kind of like dodged that. I dodged the whole music industry thing because I seen what was going on inside before all of this stuff, that's all these parties and everything that's happening and everything. I just knew better. I just always had something that's like, you know what, it's good what you do, just stay in your lane. You know what I'm saying? The big thing isn't for, I don't have to have the big thing, because
Hmm.
I know that, spirit is within me, and when I do something, I'm doing something from my heart. I'm not doing it for money. I'm not doing it for the fame. I'm not trying to go ahead and be like I'm this person, that person. Even at most of my events, a lot of people don't know that I actually even did them. I used to be the person that just be quiet, and then I had a host and this and that. So I never really, but I used to just sit back and think. And then it's the whole thing is, it's just like growing up, discernment came because like I come from like most a lot of people that's in the spiritual game, they come from a Christian background. So my dad, um, he's a pastor. So me going this way, I thought that I would have a lot of friction, but however, no problems there. I got more issues with me doing metaphysics and co-science and everything from people that outside of my home. You know, so I didn't have those kind of issues. So growing up, I got to see a lot of things that I know about spirit itself. So however you are that's listening or that you um picture God and yourself, and I tell people I don't care what religion you believe in as long as you find consciousness, and that's something that I had for so long that I didn't even know I had it. I just felt, I guess how they say a covering was always over, how they say it in the gospel, the Christian world. However, but I got to see a lot of things that um my dad did, and how that's one man that I can truly say that didn't play what he said he believed. He do what he say. This kind of
Mhm.
thing. Grew up where I never got to see somebody like my parents arguing, fighting. I'm not saying any of this to brag. I'm just giving you a background from where I came
Mhm.
from. So no arguing, no fussing, fighting. Um, I never heard my parents swear. My parents never been in jail. They don't drink, they don't smoke. So I mean, my dad truly believes in what he believes in. So hey, so I got to see a lot of things happen that how I knew spirit was real. And then I've always had the little, like I said, the little voice and the little, like the ringing in the ears, all of that stuff. I had those things, but I didn't even know until, like I'm telling you, I didn't know a lot of things spiritually about who I was until maybe my daughter is 8. So like right when she was coming, because that took me through a part of my life where I was too old. I felt to have children anymore, so it took a lot on me because I was like, I just turned 55 and I have my son and my daughter are 20 years apart, so it was a big change for me. So that, and then a part of me was, I didn't know how to go ahead and exactly receive everything. However, then my my consciousness just grew where I just said, look, I need to find out more about who I am at this point, because having a son was one thing, but having a daughter is totally different, So, and to be the best person I can for them, I had to be the best person for me. So I sought out. And so I called my cousin, which him and Mentor are good friends. And I used to hit him, but Mentor used to be at me way back in the early 90s. I mean, like the late 80s, but with this knowledge. And I didn't hear anything, because the thing what happened was I just heard noise. It was just like, and then that's what we
Mhm.
talk about, you got to tune into the right frequency to hear. So that was one of the things. It wasn't until then I start turning the channels, and then I heard it, everything. Then I got a hold of he said, man, just call him. I called Mental, and then before I had called him, the spirit already had told me. It was just like, look, what I need you to do is get with Mental and tell him you want to sit up and get some more knowledge about what's going on. I said, man, you don't need me. We could talk this, because he's my boy. I was like, bro, this for real. And so, then we'll start to turn. I started to see things a little bit better. Sought out knowledge. We had plenty of conversations. I did reading. I listened to books, and then I started to see myself changing, but the discernment part is still there. Like I remember me and Ms. Visa, she was sick, and I was like, Miss Visa, I said, I got something for you. I said, it's something that my dad made it up in his own words and way, the way that spirit led him to do it. But I know people that actually read what he said and they were healed, or things just happen. So, and then I gave it to her, and I said, and then she was stubborn. She like you like Miss Visa like to have her way. she she, she don't want to listen to, she do it on her time, and I was just like, just please just try it. It ain't
Yeah.
gonna, just fill in the gaps of what for who you are, your spirit tells you, and allow it to be a blessing for you. So
Mhm.
so that's part of the thing, is that like a lot of things growing up, like when I was growing up, I'd be sitting next to people, and then I feel their pain, and I can feel what makes them happy. And then like it always takes me back to sometimes where it's like I can see the little kid in a person, before anything, before stress, before the world, before the scars. Because one thing about how they say the sugars, we say the sugars, but in
Right.
Christianity they say um sin, or one thing about it is that if you take any one of those things, like I said, things that look good, feels good, smells good, sounds good, and tastes good, and if you overindulge in any of those things, it's going to mark you. So that's the thing. Like if you're alcoholic, you know what I'm saying? And then one of the things that, that taste and that feel good, what you indulging from that frequency, that level of energy coming into you, if it take you to the point where you're alcoholic, or, and then you need help, that means that you had too much of that sugar, from the taste good, So what happens is that even when you start to clean yourself up, it leaves a mark on you.
Mhm.
You can see certain things about people, like people, like they say, oh, that person used to smoke 20 packs of cigarettes and their lips is black. You know what I'm saying? It's just things that when you go down deep into those areas, those things tend to mark you. And that's what we say, like the sugar can mark you. It could put you in a diabetic coma if you don't go ahead and have, where you can go ahead and say, like we started off talking, things to go ahead and have control, where you say, look, I'm controlling this, because
Mhm.
all of those things are truly, they are what you call them, not habits. Habits turn into, what is it? What's the word that,
Addiction.
not condition, but where you gotta have it, like a fiend,
I said addiction.
yeah, addictions. So that's what
Okay.
happens. Addictions. Yeah. Okay. So addictions. So, and that's what happens, is just like any one of those things. And so, like, one of the things that happened with me, was like, it was a lot of with promiscuity, sexuality, sex, and all of that, where it was like women, So that
Mhm.
was one of the things. And then it's just like, it's once you go ahead and get to the point where you can recognize and realize and that you got to change, then just because you recognize doesn't mean that it's not going to come in another way. So that's where you got to go ahead and kind of like dig deep, and have the discernment to go ahead and make better choices for yourself, rather, no matter what it is. That's my story, but
Mhm.
everybody has a story. There's nobody here that, that's living in this meat suit has just been, how they want to say, angelic since day one. It just doesn't happen. We all have some type of, one of those sugars has gotten a hold of, each and every one. But the whole thing is just like, we can control that.
Right.
You
Right.
know what I'm saying? We can get
Mhm.
back to a place where we are like a child. You know what I'm saying? A childlike mind, where you can go ahead and you can just brush certain things off, and without being impressionable. So those are the things that, like I said, with the discernment came with me from the, even like the Facebook. It was just like to stay off, because the whole thing is, I was listening to somebody and they said, what happens is that anything you bow your head to, you worship. So
Mhm.
if you got your phone and you're just doing this all day, you're actually worshiping your phone.
I like that.
So that's the whole thing. So I was just like, and that it kind of clicked in me, and I was just like, you know what, and then the whole thing about coming on this path is that there's always a light or something there. Someone, like last night, I was standing outside, a little old lady came by. And then, I told my peoples, I was like, listen, that's till today. And my daughter, and I told her too, I was like, a lady came by and she said, I love you. She said, we all love you. And I was like, excuse me? Then she said, yes, I love you. She said, we all love you. And then I didn't think about it until today when I was telling them. But, that could have been actually, you know, spirit
Mhm.
just showing me another way,
Mhm.
that I'm doing something right, and I'm on a different path than what I was, that I'm getting love from strangers, somebody I've never even seen anymore, and then when she said, we all love you, that just hit me home, because I was like, man, my ancestors, everybody just embracing and giving me, the love that I wasn't even asking for at the moment. That's the good thing about spirituality and this walk. You know what I'm saying? You can walk right into what's good for you, and you wasn't, you know what I'm saying? And like, I had a rough day like a couple days ago, but at work, a lot of things changing. I had took off, and then somebody came on my shift, and they made it even harder for me to get back to what I needed. It was a mess. But that day, and then like that night, to go ahead and hear, I'm standing outside, and it's like 10 o'clock at night, and the woman walked by, and first one lady wanted by, and then she's like, hi, how you doing? Then I was like, hi. I said, where's your coat? She said, menopause. So, and then right, so I laughed, and I said, okay. Then right after that, about when she went like maybe 10 steps, 15, 20 steps down, little old lady with her jacket on, she was like, I love you. She was like, we all love you. She said, all of us love you. And I was like, wow. A lot of people can take that the way they want to, but in my mind, you know what I'm saying? The way I project things in my mind, I receive that, and I take that for myself, and that,
Mhm.
there's love just being protected in love. And that's something
Confirmation.
that I say, my brother. So that's something that, but I want you to go ahead and keep, because you're supposed to be asking me questions. So,
No,
how we
no,
do.
no,
We'll
no,
just
no, no, no. No,
we'll be
this is how this
talking and
goes.
talking.
No,
Okay.
this is how this goes. This is not, we're not traditional in any form. This is
Okay.
how I
Okay.
learned to do it with
Cause
Panic. Panic just, he got
yeah,
on and we just talked. It
cause
was just,
me, you
everybody
and
came
mentor,
in.
we just go, go, go. You
Yeah,
know
you
what I'm
just
saying?
come on and you just talk. There's no rules, there's no guidelines, because
Okay.
it's more natural this way.
All right.
And you get to express yourself without anybody leading, or, just letting you
Right.
tell your story. But I would like to go back to when you, and in your first starting, when you got the discernment that, since you were in the church,
Mhm.
what was it that you saw or felt that made you change into the metaphysical, to want to know about that, if you
Well,
grew up in the church?
okay, because I always felt different. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Even if I did, I knew that something was still missing, and it's just like, no matter what, like,
Okay.
like, especially when I was just becoming a teenager, my dad was, he broke off from our larger church that I grew up in, and he went to a little small church, like way out in the country. So I had to leave all
Okay.
my friends and everything. At this point, I started to hate it. You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, oh man, this is, because I come from our church was popping, made records and everything, to go to like
Mhm.
nothing but 10 people in there, and they're all old, and there's no kids, no nothing. So I was made like, growing up, it was tough. Like, and I like Sunday morning, you start off Sunday morning, Sunday school. Sunday night, I mean, that switch overs at noon and went to regular church service, and then that got out. It was in there running around and everything. Then you get out 3:30, 4 o'clock, go home. You couldn't go outside on Sundays, So it's like, this God's day, and then we eat dinner. Then we go back that night. You know what I'm saying? So then we went Tuesday night for prayer service, Thursday night, and then we went on, depending on how old I was, I I had to go to choir rehearsal. You know what I'm saying? So it was tough. And then when I became a teenager, then I wanted to hang out with my friends and stuff. And but it's just that, you know what, I used to listen, but the whole thing about it, the truth that I really seen wasn't in the church when I seen it. It was more the way my father was living. You know what I'm saying? The
Mhm.
truth that he had inside himself. So I mean, because you hear all kind of stuff about the preachers doing this to the women, they stealing the money. I used to see people outside smoking, drinking, you know what I'm saying, or places they wasn't supposed to be. So I mean, these people just got regular lives. We have to they're no different
Mhm.
from you and I. But the thing is just that when the way I grew up, it was like, that's a bad person, that's a good person, that's a bad, my father was just straight down the line. He's straight down the line. You know what I'm saying? As we grew older and my sisters got older, he became more lenient. I
Mhm.
remember I was married at the time. I went away because I lived in that. We both came up to visit my parents. Then my brother, he was still at, I think, I don't know if he was out of high school. And I was like, well, I call him Rev. So I was like, but his name, that's not his name, but I call him Rev now.
Mhm, mhm.
So I was like, she's like, oh, I ain't seen him like 3 or 4 days. I was like, what? You know, because I'm somebody that had to be in the house and that clock tick 12. I was grown. You know what I'm saying? Before I got married, and it was just like you got to be, So I grew up under real strict conditions, but they loosened up, as time, And actually, my mom and dad, they sat down with me and they told me, they was like, we really want to apologize to you because we was a lot strict on you than we was on everybody else. And as it said that, a lot of things that we finding out you was our first one, we just didn't want to do the wrong thing. I said, don't worry about it, no sweat. I'm happy the way I turned out. I can't, you know what I'm saying? How mental always say, if I had to do this all, I'm not mad at anything that I went through in my life, at this point, because I had to go through it or I wouldn't be who I am, you know. So that's a part of going ahead now once you like turning into the spiritual stuff. So I started to talk the mental and then we started talking and vibing. Then he's like, I was like, bro, I'm telling you, this happened to me. Or I'm feeling this. And then, and then boom, it's like you always knew that.
You always know. Go ahead.
No, you was about to say something.
No, go ahead. I'll let you
Oh,
finish.
so it was just like, then he's like, man, let me tell you, he said the amount of time that we've been together and, and everything, he said that it's like I went so far in so short a time. And I realize now it's because I was really already there. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? And then he just sharpened things to go ahead and make things, me to see, have a focal point, because mental don't play. You know what I'm saying? It's either you is or you ain't. You know what I'm saying? There's no, it's only truth when you get from him. So that's what I love about him. No matter what I go through, what I share with him, is that my brother will always tell me the truth. You know what I'm saying? And likewise, the same thing. Whenever I was going a certain this, that, or whatever, and he just like, yo, and it's not to give all praises to a man. It's just that I am thankful that, my spirit, my ancestors, my spirit guides, everybody connected us, where we can join back, where we can share information, because the information that I have, I hope that somebody else out there, that they can go ahead and find their path and their way, to where they're going and who they are themselves
Hmm.
too.
Hmm. So during, even then, was that this? Did you have like the same feeling when you were in the industry and you just said, now, when you heard that, you was like, that's not a way I should go. And
Yeah,
was it the same type of feeling that you
it's
had?
same feeling. It was just like, you know what, when there was the door was open, you know what I'm saying? And then it was just like, all you gotta do, it's just like I had to give up too much of myself. You know what I'm saying? I knew that, and then now I'm realizing and I see, now people are seeing what goes on a little bit, what goes on behind the industry doors. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of stuff that go on there. That's why I don't really care about celebrity status and, you know, people that's famous and stuff, because I mean, everything that glitters on this side is fine, but who they are on the inside, or the things that they had to go through to be where they are, I wouldn't want that on nobody. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It's just all of the rituals and stuff that you got to do, and all of, I like the rituals that I do. You know what I'm saying? The ones I don't want to go where it's just to be a part of, where I'm volunteering myself to go ahead so I can get there. No, I can do my own for myself.
Right.
You
Right.
know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. Is just like, it was just like, no, and then a lot of people's like, man, you was right down there, but this, that, and and then that created a little buzz where people, oh, he down there, he does see that, whatever. Because my cousin, she got the first deal at the time. Back in that day, it was like 300,000. That was a lot of money back in the 80s. You know what I'm saying? To go ahead and get a major record deal. So what happened? She actually was dating a drummer that played for Jodeci. Then he told them
Hmm.
about he told them about her, and then the record company, some kind of way, They came here to do her album. So that's how I got connected. My sister, she was a rapper, and then I got her to perform at, the event that my cousin was performing, doing her stuff for the record label. And then she
Hmm.
got on that way. I brought her down to the studio, and then she got on. So it's just like, but as I see, just from somebody that was here, and there's people that's not from here, and how to control and everything that just one person can have just for you to go ahead and go to a next level. And I was just like, this is just this level. Imagine if I lived in another state, you know what I'm saying? I mean, had to go to another state, California or something like that, and be, you know, this is what I got to do, that, this, that, or whatever. If I want to go ahead, I ain't doing that for nobody. If I'm gonna do that, I'm gonna do that for myself. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? I don't
Right.
have to have all of that. It's just like what Will Smith, he even, when you look at him now, he talking about, he's like, after you buy everything, you have all the money that you want, you go everywhere, all the things you want to do, you still empty.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a place that nobody wants to go ahead and, you know what I'm saying? When you
Hmm.
like, I listen to all these stars, I hear I hear the people that on the other sides when they talking what they're really saying. They tired. Everybody like, man, I wish I wouldn't have had done this. That's the kind of when they telling you, but they put it out front, like like what Will Smith, but he just basically telling you like, yo, this ain't worth it.
Yeah. His name has come out in a lot of the stuff lately too. So I'm like,
But
wow.
they doing better by him now though. But the whole thing
Mm,
is they tore that man apart. You know what I'm saying?
mm,
And that could be anybody that want to go ahead and take a spot in Hollywood, in the record industry, any of that. Your life can be the same way. They can
mhm.
build you all the way up, all the way like Puffy or Dre or any of them. They can build you all the way up, and then all it takes is for something to do like this, and then they cut you down to nothing.
For nothing. So, did you, when you were listening to your discernment and you were deciding that this no longer serves you, did your manifestations come right away? Did you go right into, or did sometimes you didn't get what you wanted, or did you? Or did you set out to say, okay, I'm going to listen to this, and did your ritual, whatever, to manifest? Did you all the time get your manifestation, or did things work out for you, or did you just let it fall into place however?
Well, one thing about me is that I believe that I know that everything works out the way it's supposed to. So, so a lot of things, if things happen for me, like a lot of things that me and Mental do now, we be like, you know what? Turn it over spirit, give it three days, and you'll have your answer in 3 days. You know what I'm saying? So I did a lot of stuff like that. So if it was for me, I got it. If I didn't get it, then I got the answer why. It may sometimes it be, now it was no limit on the time, but now that I know that I control that part, that I want my answer in 3 days. I want my answer in 5 days. I want my answer by tomorrow at 24 hours. I have that control, that command, the power to go ahead and do that. Before I used to just, and then it happened, and I'm like, oh, that's what it was. But now,
Okay.
with the knowing, understanding more of myself and what I'm capable of doing, I put time limits on certain things because I deserve that. I I own that. That's mine. You know what I'm saying? So I want to, if I something I want to know, I know. And then things that I don't need to know, like I said, it works out the way it's supposed to. It's not like I go ahead. I was doing it at that time where I was saying, well, when am I gonna know? Like some stuff I'm still finding out today
Hmm.
because I didn't
Right.
put because I didn't command a time, the time period when I needed an answer then. But like certain things, like when Mental guy was looking for his bike, I said, well, I forgot. It was less than a week. I said, in this amount of time, go ahead, turn it over spirit. You're gonna know your answer. Just wait. He waited. The bikes dropped down like $2,000. So so confirmation comes all the time. It's just
Okay.
are you willing to? Sometimes you miss it because you're distracted by what you shouldn't be doing.
Okay. So is that part of detachment? And
That's
then,
that's
uh,
attachment. Being yes, that like being distracted is is the thing that leads to detachment of yourself. Because if you got your mind unfocused on and you just doing, especially if you're doing things that you know that you've been delivered, healed from, and you still open up yourself to go ahead and play with it or whatever, it's gonna come back and
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna hurt. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing about it is like every day we learn to be better than what we was the day before. So you shouldn't be like how we say, um, like when I think you were on that time. I said I want to be the person that can watch and learn from someone else and not be the test dummy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 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 yes,
Because you
yes.
can learn a lot from a dummy. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So my will is that I can sit back and now, listen and be stop, look, and listen, be silent, you know, the hear spirit to go ahead for me to make a decision, go decide what I want to do, because I don't want to go ahead and be hearing something in my head like, nah, bro, you don't even mess with that. You know what I'm saying? And then you go do it anyways. You find a way to go ahead and do it anyways, and you're like, nigga, I told you.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you know what I'm saying? That's where that discernment, because it's just like, some seeing it or hearing the things. I mean, we all hear stuff. So I mean, we all have the gift. It's not like I'm any different from anybody else. You got it, I got it. You know what I'm saying? Spirit taught to all of us. And it's just like when Mental always saying, he's like, those, he asked those little dudes that be in his jail stuff, and he was saying that he said, I know you heard it. He said, man, I heard it, but I did it anyways. That's why you here. So
Mm-hmm.
that's the whole thing. It's just like detachment. Detachment is it's a very hard thing to do, because the whole thing about it, no matter what is your sugar, it's gonna hold you down and it's gonna make itself that much better. And like I said, it's not gonna come the same way. Just because you conquered and you fix certain part of that sugar where you can go ahead, another sweetness or another way is gonna try to get you. You just got to go ahead and say no. Have the We talked about that, the power of saying no. It's a lot of power in just saying no, you know
Mm-hmm.
and instead of playing with it. A lot of times you can go ahead and start playing with stuff, and then the next thing you know, you're caught up in a whole bunch of foolishness. No matter what area of life you're in, it's not good. So the detachment part is to start off whatever it is that's going ahead and that's holding you back from going ahead and diving deep into who you truly are. You need to start cutting it off,
Right.
whatever it is,
Right.
whatever it is. I don't.
When you are, do you ever battle with that discernment, which will also be your intuition? Would you say that?
A
Like,
lot
do
of
you?
times, because the whole thing is like, one of the things was like when I really started to know, I don't really want it. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? You don't want it. Like, I don't want to be sitting next to somebody sometimes, and then I'm feeling like, like their heart is torn apart, and they don't see no, sometimes you don't want to know that stuff. But sometimes, you're the right person at the right time. Be like, look, it's gonna be okay. You know what I'm saying? So, but who wants to see that all the time? That then you start trying to block it and stuff. But it's just like you say, when you're on a show, once you put those glasses on, you can't unsee.
Mhm.
So then you become responsible. And who wants to be responsible? That's the whole part about growing up spiritually, is becoming more responsible. Something hard to do.
Yeah. Well, are you more kinder to yourself when you find yourself in that adversary with yourself, or you want to say one of the sugars or has presented itself to you, and it may be something that came up, old habit resurfacing, and you may still deal with it because a lot of times you say, "Well, I'm still healing," and you going through something. Are you more kinder to yourself now, or do you? I'm gonna just ask that. Are you more kinder to yourself before I ask the next question?
Well, the one thing what I do, I think I know is that, okay, um, in this walk, the one thing about it is that you're gonna get to see the good about you and you're gonna see the bad about you. So the thing is, it's like knowing that you are in the meat suit, and that you're human. The only thing that you can do is strive for perfection. So, because nobody's perfect, you know what I'm saying? So the best thing that I look at it is like, you know, I'm not saying I'm uh how you would look at it, like some people look at my dad, where it's just like the answer, you know what I'm saying? I battle, I mean, like I say, I battle every day. I get up,
Mm-hmm.
the first thing I do, I don't even turn my radio on in my car. I drive in silence. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
then when I get to work, the first hour before everybody start getting busy, I'm listening to meditation music. You know what I'm saying? I got my headphones in because I have to prepare. This is a one thing about addiction, no matter what it is, like for me, it was women. If some people might be drugs, some people it may be gambling, some people can have a klepto spirit, energy where it's just like, every time they see something, they want to try to steal it, or how can they steal to get away with it? So no matter whatever you're going through, you have to you got to find ways to reroute and restep the things that because the old you is dead. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing about it, you're a new creature at this point. So every day you wake up, you're born again. You know what I'm saying? So the whole
Mm-hmm.
thing is just that, okay, the things that I did yesterday, you know what I'm saying? I learned from those mistakes and I won't do those today. So that's what we're doing. We're striving to be better that way. To go ahead and say somebody's mastered one thing, then that's when you become wholeness with one. That's what we're all striving for. You know what I'm saying? But don't let nobody ever tell you that you didn't come a long way. You know what I'm saying? That's what I know for a fact, is that, nobody can't tell me that I'm not, what I'm saying, the person I was like 5, 10 years ago. I don't even know that person anymore. So but the thing about it is just that having the courage, the strength to go ahead and say, look, I'm gonna keep going on no matter what. This is, I'm fighting for my life at this point. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
fighting for yours or anybody else's. I got to do what's right for me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's why I was wondering, like, when you have a ritual set up that helps you, that if you, we call it in therapy relapse prevention plan. That's exactly what it sounds like, because it sounds like, if, like, to say that a person has anxiety and or bipolar disorder, and they have an issue with impulsivity, we do a relapse prevention program. What do you do so you don't fall back into those same patterns? If you see yourself starting to slip, how do you fix that? You say, well, I when I get up, I don't even turn on my music. I don't turn on my phone. I try to work in silence. That's how you do it, because that's the reprogram. That's the ritual. That's the repetition. Like Panic said,
Everything's
that's the
repetition.
repetition.
Yeah, repetition.
Yeah, to
And they use
impact
the
your subconscious
symbols.
mind, so that
Hmm.
you are manifesting, so that every moment, that is so awesome that you said that, because it's like, so that your whole life becomes the spiritual part of you. It's not something that's just turned on, turned off. Like I tell people so many times, Panic was actually Panic every single, the guy y'all seen on that YouTube. That was him 100% of the time. His life was, he made his life magical. He made his life into what he wanted to be, who he said he was.
Hmm.
And by doing those rituals and by doing the things that work for you, like you said earlier, you do your own thing. And that's your own thing that brings about your manifestations. So even like you said, you brought up when things was, you had a bad day at work. How were you able to turn that around? What did you do?
You know what? And the thing is, why that during that day, the other troubleshooter, the technician, he came over, and I was telling him, certain things. Then I said, but you know what? The whole thing about it, whatever's bad on that side, it's gonna be 100% good on this side. I
Mm,
said, so that's the whole thing is. And I was telling my son that today. I was sitting in his chair, and you know, he's like, Dad, his chair was broken. So, his barber chair. But the thing about it, he's like, man, I just spent, that was my own. I said, listen, but you got another chair to work right now. So use the one that you have right now. I said, and don't look at it as, I said, this is done. It's broken. It's over with. Okay, so how much that is broken and done with now, you're gonna have that much better on the other side. So
mm-hmm,
don't let this stop your money flow. You know what I'm saying? Because I seen that he was like, man, I don't even feel like. I said, no, go back in there and you make that money, bro. I said, don't let, you got to go ahead and you got to know these kind of things. So when you're faced with certain things, you got to have something to be like, okay, you know what? One thing I do know is that the mind is all and the universe is mental. Click. shut the door, open another door.
That's it. It's a wrap. Yeah, yeah. And there was times too where, there was times too I remember where somebody thought they could fuck with you on your job. And you like, yo, Miss Visa, you know, this lady on this job tripping. And you handled your business. And the next day I know, I think she was gone. Or something happened to her. And we
I
didn't have no
forgot.
more problems out of her.
Yeah, she wasn't coming in the room no more. She was, you know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? We used to work together. But the whole thing about it is that we have to know these kind of things. It's just like, you
right.
know what I'm saying? Especially those 7 spiritual laws. You know what? I'm starting to go over them again now. I mean, because a lot of things you got to go back to the basics. No matter how far you go advance in spirituality, you should still go back to the basics. Some people be like, I already know all that. I know that. I know this already. But there's a reason to go ahead and do repetition. Circle back around sometimes and go and those things that started you on your path, those are kind of things that come up while I'm on my day. You know what I'm saying? So the one thing that's the one thing that I can go ahead and say I got from Brother Panic, listening all of those years, was that, you know what? It's all in your mind.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's all in your mind.
And I think when you said that, to go back around, it's like you're reminding yourself of who you are, because you get during that circle, you kind of get away, you let life start happening, and it kind of distracts. So when you circle back around to the basic, you start remembering who you are. And that's where you gather your strength. Where you gather your strength, and you're like, hey, I got this.
Mhm,
I got this. And that's
mhm.
something we in this spiritual warfare we in, you got to stay on your square, because it's like there's something always looking to some kind of the sugars or energies or whatever you want to call it will throw a wrench in what you got going on if you allow it.
If you allow it, that's the thing. If that's the whole thing about the one thing that's good about no once you become in metaphysics and everything, is just that no matter what, and it's just like they say in like going back to like my upbringing, nothing can go on if you have the choice to allow. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's the biggest thing, is just say no.
Mhm.
I ain't fucking with that, bro. You go ahead. You know
So
what I'm
we're at
saying?
the 1 hour mark, so it's time for a Q&A. So anybody who have any questions for Brother Daly, for Brother Jazz, you can ask questions now if anybody have any questions.
Well, I want to ask a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I just want you to know this is how the spirit works, talking through your ancestors when a total stranger on the street looks you in your eye and say, I love you. You know something, my bad.
We
We
love you.
Mm-hmm.
love you. I
Mm-hmm.
feel shivers just hearing that,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because it's more of a confirmation of your energy exchange that's going on with you and the infinite and the eternal. Remember, it's all about us getting back to the what? Infinite and the
And the
eternal, because
eternal.
that's where we from. We going
Mm-hmm.
home, like Brother Panic said. We
Mm-hmm.
all off all these levels of physical creation. We going back home into the
Mm-hmm.
darkness.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that was a powerful moment. And I heard that. And it was like, in that moment you talked about how that was a confirmation for you.
Mhm.
And that's part of your manifestation, that you actually something in you needed that.
And it
Something in you
came.
needed that.
And
Yeah,
it
and it
came.
came.
And you know what? I wasn't even, like I said, I was just minding my business. That's the whole thing about it. What I do know is that when you doing minding your own business and you're going about your own way, things will happen for you. I like, it's been times like when I was married, I rode by, we was living in an apartment and we was thinking about moving in place. I was just riding down, going to my mom's house, a different, a route to my mom's, and then I seen this house and it said, I heard the voice and it was just like, if you want it, you can have it. And I was like, I stopped because it was for sale. And then so I stopped and I was like, man, I ain't ready to buy a house right now. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't buy it, but I went in, I knocked on the door, and then I said, are you thinking about would you like to have renters? because I was having my son, and I was like, I have a wife, and I was like, rent the place, possibly rent the home. We would love to. That's all it was. That, you know what I'm saying? And that's where it went. It's been times like I just happened to buy a car dealer. It's on my time. I'm not on anybody else's time. You know what I'm saying? I didn't really particularly have anywhere to be. I was just with me, myself, my spirit. And then I just ride by and it's like, just go look at some cars. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And then every time I did that when it was time, like I remember I sat my Jetta. I had two Jettas, and both of those that I sat in, spirit, I just said it's like, and then it just hugged me while I was in the car. If you want it, it's yours.
Mm.
I was like, what? I got both of them.
That's
You know what I'm saying? I got both of them. So that even like now, like I said at the end of last year, I said that, you was a witness when I said I'm gonna get a new job. I said, I said my car was giving me problems while I was working out at that way out like 45 minutes and everything. So my car broke down. I said, you know what? I said next year, I said I'm gonna be out of this place. I'm gonna have me a new car and different things is, it's gonna happen. All of those things happen, man. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like when you get in this way, why in the world would you want to even go back?
right, right. And that's what we've been saying. Like I told we've been saying that for a while now. We don't want to go
It's
back. We
yeah,
done made
why
it through
go back?
this.
Yeah, you made it
You
through
always
all
say
of it.
that.
What you want to go back to what?
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
always say that. You say, I'm going through it. And that's what you said. You always will make reference to, you say, I got to go through it in order to understand it, something like that. Do you remember that?
everything you must go through.
Mm.
Everything. It's not, especially in spirituality and dealing with yourself, it's no going around it. It's not going above it. It's not going below it. You got to deal with you. When you
Mhm,
close your eyes and you wake up in the morning, you know what I'm saying? Outside of your kids, your family, everything, who are you?
mhm.
And then
Yeah.
when things start to happen in your life, it's just like, why would you want to go back to something that don't no longer serves you? But go ahead, go ahead. You want to question
No,
something?
I was just going to ask if anybody else got any questions or comments. So we keep going.
Well, once
Hello.
again, sorry, so sorry. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, brother.
All right. This is
Mm.
Legend.
Mm.
No, I'm What's just saying Legend? Oh, Dominic. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just saying I'm new to the group and I just appreciate y'all guidance. I'm in the path. I've been in the journey for a while. And I just understand that I'm going the right path because I'm getting linked to some of the right people.
Oh,
So
welcome.
Welcome. And that's
appreciate
one of the things too, bro, is that one of the first things that happens is like you feel like you're alone, but then there's
it.
always somebody else. It's always somebody
Welcome.
else.
Mm.
Go ahead,
Show
Dominic. I
my
ain't want
face.
to cut
How
you off.
y'all doing? What's up,
Oh,
How
all
y'all?
you
right.
doing?
Peace, bro. Peace.
Yeah, I'm from Texas, so
Okay.
just through the pandemonium, through all master teachers, and I'm just know I'm in a path and it's going the right way. I know I got a lot of discipline. Just patience is for sure.
That's
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
working on. More
Yeah,
discipline.
yeah.
Lack
And
of patience
all
is a
his contact
spiritual killer.
information, is on the flyer too, and he's in Telegram, so y'all can hit him up there too as well.
Hey, by me hearing what you just said, that's inspiring me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
That's the way this thing works, man. We are all one. You know what I'm saying? So when I hear
right.
that and then you saying you got patience, I'm like, damn, man, that's what I just got through saying. I'm working on my patience.
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah.
yeah. Oh, welcome. I'm
Respect,
glad
bro.
you're here.
Oh, I appreciate it.
All
You're
right.
more
All
than
right.
welcome. Okay. Mental, you was going to say something?
I got a question.
Okay.
All right, Jazz, what's up, Legend?
Hey, what's up? What's up?
What's going on, babe?
All right.
We all on this path and journey. I know, at least I can say for myself,
Mhm.
we've had aha moments. Something you did, something you casted, something you tried to manifest. Real short, if you could tell us what was your first aha moment And if you can, your last aha moment, like last week, an hour ago, 2 weeks, you get what I'm saying?
Let's
Your
see.
aha moment that kind of confirmed that you was on the right path and there was no looking back. And then your last aha moment. It could have been last week, yesterday.
Oh man, it's so many.
Yeah, the first and the last though. That should be easy. The very, very first one.
I'm trying to think. My very first one.
When you first crossed over to spirituality, maybe when you heard panic, I don't know. I know you told me a lot of stories, but
It's so
it was,
many. I'm trying to think of the first one though.
I,
it could have been when
I
you
can
met
tell you,
mental.
Jazzy, when you started communicating with the spirit and you started listening, what was the first thing the spirit told you to do?
Oh, get with you.
There it
That was the
is.
first thing. Yeah, that was the first
Mm-hmm.
thing. It was like
That
get
was
with
the
mental. So that was the first thing. But like I've been having so many, and it's just been like, and the thing, nothing tends to surprise me anymore. So like the you want to say the last aha moment was like last night when I was standing outside,
The
and
old
the
lady.
little old
Okay.
lady come by. So that, and then when she said I love you, and
Yeah.
then she said we all love you. So I was just like, it just opened me up
mm.
like to a whole nother thing too. I was like, wow. And then first of all I looked around, and then I'm just like, and then she's like, no, yes, we all love you. She said it so clear, so profound, and then I just felt, you know
Chills. Oh, that's awesome, Jazz. That really is a truthful, heartfelt confirmation. Anybody else got any questions or comments? Okay. Well, Jazz, I have another question.
mhm.
Um, when I first started talking to you, you was like, hey, you need to come out and speak and talk about, your experiences and stuff like that. At that time, you was also making some changes in your life, and you said, well, I had to figure out what I needed to do. That was with your job and stuff like that, and the commute and everything, like you mentioned before. During that process, were you able to understand the adversity in that you did not get off track from your discernment, that you were doing the right thing?
You mean like things that were still holding me down?
No, like that you was making the right decisions when you was moving forward with what you felt like was the best thing for you to do, to get rid of the things that wasn't serving you. Was it that job or whatever?
Yeah,
Like,
I get what
mm,
you're saying. Yeah, like a lot of things happen, through the job, because like it's like the last time I worked there, um, was I worked there like maybe 8 years ago, but I was a permanent employee like for 10 years, and then I left. When I came back, I was really trying to get hired back because they started this new program. But this time I already had a job. So when I spoke things, I was like, look, this is what I will be here between April. I was a month off. I said I'll be back here. So I waited until, I got my little bonus from my place and everything. I had everything lined up, and with my spirit,
mhm.
like I'm gonna wait, get my the little bit that they gave me, and then I'll go ahead and then I'll see if they give me a better raise. And then from that point, I said, well, you know what? After that, April, if things ain't the way I'll have this job. So I reached out to the manager, and then and then he's like, "You ready to come back?" I was like, I said, if I do, I need these conditions. I'm not going no contract. I'm being permanent. I wanted a certain amount of dollar amount. I wanted my 10 years service back. I wanted 3 weeks vacation. I told him I wanted what else I told them? Oh, and then they gave me a sign-on bonus.
Mhm.
So I laid down the things and I spoke clearly to what I wanted, and it happened. So that was like a aha moment to me as well, because it was things that I spoke. That's the one thing about it. When you have the spirit
Definitely.
inside of you, you you can speak to things.
Yeah.
You can speak to things and be. I learned that when I say my dad, man, I mean I learned so much from him. I seen my dad in his belief system, where he went ahead, he's got some oil. He went out, and then because our refrigerator had broke, I seen him went and he hit the refrigerator and say, "You will work." Come back on. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it was broken. So I've seen him go do the same thing with the car. You know what I'm saying? I've seen him do it with people. So I mean, a lot of stuff that it was like all on me a long time, but I just didn't. I seen people. I seen a lot of stuff, but I knew that something about the way this whole organization, the way this things go and stuff, that's not me. you know
Mm,
and then so I know the power of, if you, any spirit in you of truth, and if you want it to go ahead and happen, speak it, and speak it with authority. You know what I'm saying? And things happen when you, by just us speaking. Cleanse your body, get your chakras together. You know what I'm saying? Be in your right mind frame. You know what I'm saying? Meditate, and what you want to happen. But when you speak things, you can't be the same person that you thinking that the things that you want to happen is going to happen without you doing some work on yourself.
mhm,
So whatever that takes, it's like you being away from your buddies, you know what I'm saying? You're not going out with this person, or I'm not going to the casino, I'm not this or whatever. You got to go ahead and get to a place where spirit can talk to you, where it's just you and spirit. You know what I'm saying? Then you'll be able to see things better too. You know what I'm saying?
mhm.
So, and you can make commands on things in your life that you want to happen by just speaking it. But you don't, like Mentor always say, you don't even know how much power you even got, do you? You know what I'm saying? And then it's just like the whole thing about it is just that you got to know that. And
Right.
that's the part, getting to the point where you know yourself well enough to go ahead and that you know that the things that you say, that you can shift things and make things happen around you and in your life. That's a very powerful thing to be.
Mhm.
Even if it's somebody that's ill, you got that same power. We all have that same power, but it's just getting ourself mentally, spiritually, you know what I'm saying, to the point where we can be one with self. That's why I said I turned 55. It's a power number. So you know what I said. So break it down, and I'm learning to be one with self. That's all. That's all I want. I just
So I
want to
want
be true to
I,
myself.
I, I want to reiterate that so people can, follow that process because it works for you and might work for them too, is to speak what you want to manifest with conviction, with authority, with power in who you are, and combine it with the repetition.
Mhm,
That's how you're going to reprogram your subconscious mind to stay so that you can be in that power, stay in that power so that your manifestations come through. And so Planet also talked about that. And it was very important that you said that because it's not only that you speak it, and like they say, faith without works. You got to have that faith, but you also got to put the work in. So and I would say I'm doing that work. I don't care if that work is lighting your candles, sitting down and putting your meditation there, anointing yourself with the oils, doing
using
your offering,
crystals,
the crystals,
Well,
your
going
see,
before
plant.
your
the thing what we're missing is once you get knowledge of self and you know who you are, the next step is knowing. That's the
Yeah.
next step. And then everything you do in knowing, oh, you in the power. You flowing with energy. You on the right vibe, the right frequency. Because you're doing it with knowing. You have
Mm-hmm.
faith, evidence of things hoped for, substance of things not
things not
seen, but
seen.
things that we have seen because the Spirit has showed us to it. Jazzy just said the Spirit recognized you, Jazzy. On the
Mm-hmm.
goddamn road, an old lady recognized you and said, hey, bro, we love you. I love
Mm-hmm.
you and we love you.
Mhm,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if y'all understand the power behind what's going on.
mhm,
I
Mm-hmm.
always told Jazzy, bro, you're destined for great things. It's in your family. I know his cousin. Me and his cousin are best friends.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Same
Mm-hmm.
type energy, just
Mm-hmm.
that power. But when you can start recognizing the spirit in self and communicate with the spirit in self, you're on a whole new level.
Yeah.
There is no thing you can't know,
Mm-hmm.
nothing you can't do.
Mm-hmm. That's true, and that is definitely true. But what I was saying is that in that when you speak in it and you're doing your repetition, that builds your confidence and knowing. Because a lot of people just coming in, they trying to get to that point. So do your speaking and do your repetition so that you can be in a knowing because you will get manifestations
Talk to
based off of
yourself.
you'll
I
get those
mean,
confirmations or that like I heard, a lot of times they say you putting out a fleece, you know, and so you can see that you say, well, hey, if it's meant for me to go there, show me this sign. You know, a lot of times that happens when you speak things out. Like I would tell the story a lot about the UPS truck when I was at Panic House. I was picking Panic up. We was getting ready to go to the North Carolina lecture, and he had a delivery coming, and he was like, we ain't gonna leave. We waiting on the UPS man, waiting on you. And he said, you know what? He gonna come before I leave. So we get ready to walk out the door. The package didn't come. A butterfly flew by. He said, "That's my confirmation." UPS truck pulls up in like 2 minutes. We didn't even get maybe less than 2 minutes because we were walking to the car and the UPS truck pulled up. And I was like, you know what? He spoke it. He said it, and that was it. Done. And the truck pulled up. you know. So it's like once you speak it and you believe it, and like you said, he wasn't a place of knowing. When you do your repetition, it gives you that. You need to build that for the people that's new and coming in. It is that knowing because it took a long time. Even with me, I thought I knew, for a while. I thought I knew, but how I came to realize that I wasn't because I wasn't manifesting. You know what I'm saying? My fruits weren't coming like they should have been because I really wasn't believing and knowing in who I was. You know what I'm saying? So I think when you do that over and over and you like, hey, I know that I have this, I trust and believe in who I am and what I speak in, and this is what it is. And you keep at it, until that you get to that point of knowing so that you can manifest because it's all in your mind, like you said. It's all in your mind. Your mind will make it real, right? So
so so
go ahead.
go ahead. No, go
No,
ahead.
go ahead. I was done.
I just want to say like certain when the whole thing about it is just like, when you get your gift, no matter when you realize that you have your gift the one thing about it is just like a lot of things when I was younger, when I would see things that you don't really want to see it. Like, and then it's not meant to go ahead. The thing where I'm getting to is not meant to go ahead for sale. You know what I mean? It's not meant to go ahead, but I mean, things will come to you monetarily way or things, but it's not meant for you to go ahead and say, well, look, I have this and I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to charge exactly for this, that, or whatever, whatever.
Mhm.
That's when things can become complicated because like, I remember like, I was a manager at Foot Locker when I was in Ohio. And so this girl, and then we was just talking and this is like 2010 or 9. And she was like, um, you say that you be knowing people, this, that. I said, I feel people's energy. This was back then. And then she's like, well, tell me about myself. Then tell me about, and I was like, you know what? I don't really, that's not what I do. You know what I'm saying? She's like,
Mhm.
if you know, I want to see. So I told her about, when I looked at her and then I could see through her. Like I seen scars and
Mm,
stuff and I seen her. So, and then I told her and then she started crying. And then,
mm,
I don't know if she went home, but that day, the whole day, she was Caucasian, so she was crying the whole day and everything. And then she came back and she was like, "You were dead on." But you know what I'm saying? I don't do readings and all that, so I don't want nobody to think that I do readings and nothing like that. It's just that, like, when I'm in the present, sometimes, like traveling, going doing what I'm doing on my way. That's the whole thing about it. When your gifts are being meant to be used, it's because you're going on your way of your normal life. You know what I'm saying? And then like
mhm,
maybe if you catch the bus, I don't know if you catch the train, or if you're in a situation you both seating, then somebody may go ahead and say this or say, hey, how you doing? Then all of a sudden, boom, you can see, and then sometimes that person may want to just go ahead and say, tell you something, and then you're just there to go ahead and say, you know what? I know what you've been through. You know what I'm saying? And you know what? It's gonna be all right. You know what I'm saying? Or it's just some love. That's what's missing right here in the world today is love. You know what I'm saying? And
mhm,
say, so anybody want to ask me what I did, like especially when I started to do the shadow work, that's what we talk about a lot.
Mm-hmm.
When I really started to recognize that I was out of control and everything. So I went ahead and I said, well, what I want to do, I listened to I think it was Panic. Panic he mentioned something about, playing music back and, for the years and go back and everything. So what I did, I said, okay. So on my Spotify, what I did, I started programming years, and that's all I would listen to. So
Mm-hmm.
so I would go back 5 years, and then sometimes I skip over years or whatever. I said, then I get to like 1978 or whatever. Then I just play the songs that was popular. And then what happened is during all of this time, what was happening was that I started to read a lot about myself, because what music does is that it writes into your soul. So, like, you can hear a song that's being played, and then all of a sudden, it could be a throwback from the music. Might be 5 years ago, if you was in love with somebody, what's gonna happen is gonna be like, man, I remember this. I had a white Cadillac. You know what I'm saying? I had my drop top down. You know what I'm saying? I had the music. I was riding out to the beach. It's going to take you back to those places and those things, and then you get to really look at yourself. So I did that for every year. I think I went back down to like when I was like 4 or 5. And then what I did realize, then I remember my dad, I think I might have been 5. I was kindergarten, first grade. I was like 5. So I remember listening to some music, and I remember that year. Then it took me back, and I remember my dad coming in, and he was like, I had seizures, so I had epilepsy. So my dad came, and then he was because I was in and out of the hospital, and so I came home, and then my dad reached over me and grabbed, and he put his hands on me, and he was like, he was praying. He's like, my son will not have him, he said, I want this illness to be removed from him and never. So my mom shot my um, pills out on it in the yard. Next thing you know, I haven't had another one since 55. So I mean, so it took me there. Then it took me but it took me to some dark places too, like when I was being molested by older women. So like a
Mm-hmm.
lot of things, what happened was that, like, because when I started to realize that I had a problem, so when I started to do that, and then it started to show me things, and then it took me back. So when I was being taken advantage of by older chicks, twisting my arm, making me pull down my pants, doing this, doing that, or whatever. So by the time I got like a teenager or whatever, you know, boys was talking about like this is so, and I was like, I had to be quiet because I already did some of those things. But the thing about it, it became enjoyable. And then the whole thing is now I knew kind of like what I was doing a little bit. So I started on that journey. And then that part was just it was eating away, and I didn't even know it. So
Mm-hmm.
women, when I got married, then things happened. I blew my marriage, you know what I'm saying? And then like so I went through a lot of stuff, and then like the women that so at the end of it, when I was coming back up and everything, and then it was like, now you have to go apologize to every woman that you may have scarred, hurt, or did any damage to. So I text them or inbox them if I knew they was on Facebook, the ones that I knew. And then I was like, I need to talk to you, if you find time, just like, and then I apologize, and I started off with my ex-wife, and it was a very hard thing to do because you don't even know how people will receive you, but the thing is, it's just that, it was something I said I had to do for myself, because I couldn't continue to live the way that I was living. So I started to do that. And then it just made things, then all of a sudden you start feel like weight lifting off of you. You know what I'm saying? And then
Mm-hmm.
so that's like an aha moment in itself, because you start feeling lighter, you start feeling free, and then and it's just like you don't have no guilt, trying to make it light, your heart light as a feather. You know what I'm saying? So, you, I mean, not. I'm glad that everyone did accept my apology, but even if they didn't, at least I got it off my chest. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? However, but the thing about it, because what happened is just that it was if I would have stayed in that line of sugar, it's just that it's never enough. You want one woman, two women together, three women together. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like it's a never ending cycle. And then you feel like you can't be good with yourself unless you have this guilty pleasure from it. You know what I'm saying? So you
Mhm.
had to go ahead and be like, look, okay, I'm above that. I'm gonna kill this part of me. And then certain things, like I said, I recognize that's why I said with the fasting from like social media is because it can get you to a point where it can go where you can find yourself, and that's the whole thing about it, is just like it may not come in a way that you normally nothing ever comes back the way that it got you the first time. You know what I'm saying? It's always going to come in a different way. You just have to be in a sound mind where your distractions are down, where you can go ahead and have the little, like they say, tunnel vision, where you're trying to break yourself away, because if not, you're stuck in a web.
Mhm.
And you're going to have to find a way, to go ahead. But the first thing you got to do is you got to go back and you got to forgive yourself for the things that you did do. You know what I'm saying? While I did, I also asked for, for the ones that I damaged, I asked for forgiveness. But the thing about it now, like I said, things can come to you and it may not seem much, may not seem like a lot, little or whatever, but you start paying attention to it and see what
Mhm.
happens. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So that's the thing. You got to go ahead and get to a point where you can go ahead and say, I have enough strength to say no. So
Mhm.
that comes with, like I said, and then music was another thing. Like I used to listen to music so much. I mean, all day, all night, everything. Like it got to the point when I was one used to go to the studio and I used to, as a Devontae, I was like, hey, did you hear this? Man, I don't even have no radio in my car. So you know what I did after that point? I took the radio face out of my vehicle. I didn't have radio. So a lot of times I just still drive with no music unless my daughter's in the car. Play her little pop station. But as far as for me, and then when I get to work, after I do my meditation, I'm looking for something, a book that I can listen to, or either I'm trying to find a good lecture, that's going to take me a couple hours. That's how I did with Panic. And that's what happened. I used to be at work overnight, and then I play my music first. And then when the second shift gone, and it's just me, I play Panic 5, 6 hours things all night. And then I'll be looking for, like, when y'all used to come on Tuesdays, I used to have y'all on Tuesdays. I used to have what's the lady name? Um
Miss Blue.
yeah, Miss Blue on Sundays. I used to
Mhm.
have a day where every day I'll be sitting up there waiting for what I can listen to get some of this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? And then if not, I've got a book, and then I start listening to my books all night. So that's the whole thing is, it's just like detaching your detachment takes a lot though, because you're detaching from everything that you ever loved, that
Mhm.
you thought you loved. That's what it wasn't love, it's everything that you thought you loved.
What was
You're
making you
detaching
feel good, giving you pleasure? Yeah, it
no,
was
no
like
matter what it
masking.
is, no matter what it is. I mean, it could be somebody that loves sweets, that just love to eat sweets. You know what I'm saying? And you
Mhm.
know that
Mhm.
you're spiritually diabetic and now you're physically diabetic. You know what I'm saying? Just
Okay.
that's what we was talking about. You can go ahead and get in this thing where you become like spiritually what you call it? Um
Spiritual dissonance. What is
no,
it?
where somebody have more than one personality. Schizophrenic.
Well, yeah, schizophrenia.
You know what I'm saying? Just going bouncing back from different things, your sugars and stuff, you'd be messing up in your head. So the thing is, it's just that you gotta say no, no matter what it is. If it's drinking every weekend with your buddies, and you know that the next morning you're gonna wake up, you're gonna be this, you ain't gonna have the money, you don't been done that, and then you don't some things that you may not even know that you did, that you gotta face the next day, you gotta say no. If it's
Mhm.
buying weed and you want to smoke
Mhm.
until you can't smoke no more, and then all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? You got a drug test and then you ain't ready for it, whatever, you just got to say no.
Right.
If
Right.
it's women, you got to say no. I mean, no matter what it is whatever is your detachment, you got to say no.
Mhm. That's true. That's true. And I've learned that too. I've become very disciplined about, things that I need to get done and just been
You
sticking
got a
to it.
lot of projects. I mean, your all the stuff that your little businesses and stuff that you was telling me about.
Mhm.
Hey, you know what mental? What we say? We say go all of the things that's in your life. Just go by in your house and touch it. Let spirit tell you what you need to do. Whatever your projects is that you got going on, and that you things
Mhm.
that you need that you know that you need to do. Like if you want to start a podcast, like you're a singer, you trying to sing, you trying to play an instrument, or you got some artwork or something that you're working on. No matter what is driving you to go ahead, just go by and lay your hands on it. Let spirit decide which one you need to start next. You just got to touch stuff.
Yeah.
All you got to do is touch
That's
it.
a good idea. That is a good idea.
I mean,
It's a
all of
very
your
good idea.
books, you got stuff lined out. Well, I know I need to get back to this book because I outlined. Go back and touch it. Then you're gonna hear it. It's gonna say,
Mhm.
open this book up and read it. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
my thing was just time management and really just getting away from a lot of the online stuff and just focusing. That was my main thing. Once I
Do
did
that, you
that, and
got a
that was
lot
back
more
in
time.
I stuck to it back in what was
June
it,
or
June or
July.
July?
Yeah.
And I've been at it ever since. And so I secured a lot of space,
But
feeling a lot better.
look at what you've accomplished just from
Yeah.
just saying no. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just that little bit of time. I mean, because it don't take long, especially on social media. You can be on there, then the next thing you know, boom, you're on there 2 hours.
2 hours.
What did you do but look at reels and read people's stuff and mess up your whole energy force?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I ain't got
Yeah.
time for
You're
that no
right.
more.
You're right. You're right about that.
Hey, because it's like what we said, you being in this world, we're not of this world, you in this world. And then you're going out of this world to be in a social media world. That is bizarre, yo. Then they talking about meta to be in another world outside of that. That's too many worlds.
Right. Right. Well, it's at 9:30 mark. Anybody have any questions or comments at this time? Waiting, waiting,
Uh,
giving them a minute. Okay.
Hey, it's up to you. I got time.
No, I was just wondering if anybody had any. I like to
Uh,
take breaks and let somebody ask questions or make a comment, but nobody came on. So I'm gonna keep
Anything,
rolling. I'm gonna keep rolling because um the detachment, um, that's part of going around and saying, hey, figure out what is gonna serve you and what doesn't by laying your hands on it and like see if spirit can guide you, let spirit guide you into what you should get rid of or what you should be focusing on at that time.
because you
Um,
know what? A lot of times everything ain't meant for you to get rid of. You know what
right.
I'm saying? So some things you just have to go ahead and things need to be have a different focal point on certain things because it can still serve you as a part of in your life. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? And that's where people, you know what I'm saying? That's where people come in because it's just like, okay, it's not like they destroying your energy, some people. It's just that you went to another place and they don't know why. You know what I'm saying? It's not like saying that that other person has to be put away because they may be somebody that's generally good and that can go ahead and help you both grow to the next level. But you just have to go ahead. But the first thing to do though, you got to see it. If you don't see it, you know what I'm saying? And then after you see it, if you do see it and you didn't know how to handle it, then you got to find a way to go ahead so you can make that happen too. Because everything sometimes isn't meant for you to go ahead and just cast out. You know what I'm saying? Some things you can hold on to that may go ahead where you both can go ahead and grow from it. So that's another thing. But that's something that spirit just have to tell you because it'll tell you, or your ancestors are gonna say, look, that ain't good for you. You know what I'm saying? You need to cut that
Mm-hmm.
loose and don't even be bothered. That person got bad energy all around them. Everything about them is bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But then another thing, spirit can go ahead and say, you know what? Everything is bad about them, but I need you to be the light for that person to go ahead and see. And that may be part of your path too. So the whole thing is being consciousness enough to go ahead and allow the spirit within you to go ahead and make, guide you instead of you guiding. You got to step out our, the whole thing is sometimes we got to step out of our own way.
Okay. Kirsten, she's gonna keep bothering me. Jazz is on here. Do you want to say? You know how Kirsten is about you. So if
Hey,
you wanna, she keeps walking by, getting the sign. So I'm gonna let her Kirsten and Kaden, but I know Kaden, you want to say something. I don't know what. Listen, y'all, these kids got my grandchildren. They love jazz. So Kaden wants to say something to you now.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
Do you
Good,
have a
good.
question for him?
No.
Okay, Kirsten.
How's basketball?
Great. Someone tripped me at gym.
There's so much for him at gym. Okay,
Oh,
Kirsten.
Hello.
hello. How you
Do you
doing?
have a question for Jazz since you did a song and dance for him? Do you have a question?
No.
Okay.
But I know one.
Okay, what you know?
He's handsome.
Okay. Okay.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank
He
you,
said thank you.
thank you.
Look, child, boy, Jazz or the
Out
women.
the out the mouths of babies.
Yeah, because remember we was at the park and she just went into song and dance and she did a whole little spiel for you with some spirit she saw. And so it's been ever since then. I told her next time I had you on and she saw you was on, she kept walking by giving me the finger when it's gonna be her turn to say
Oh,
something.
well, it's
So
nice to see you again.
yeah. So anybody again, I want to ask if anybody got any questions, comment, suggestion. Okay. So next thing, when you was talking, I want to talk more about the manifestations now. And
Okay.
in that process of when you saying, well, you in that process of saying, I use the job again. And he's like, well, I'm gonna get another job. I got something laid out. I'm going here. Did you know, but would you, and knowing when you made that statement that you were gonna get another job? Because I want people to understand,
I knew.
when you spoke it, did you actually know in that moment that you
I
had
said
to get a
what?
job?
You know what? I knew. I knew. It's just something inside of me. It's like you will be here because I said where I wanted to. I said where I wanted to be. What department I wanted to be in. I'm in the exact same department, the exact boss that I asked for. You know what I'm saying? The only thing they skimped me on was the money a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
But I mean, but hey, what they say, make it simple, make it write it out, make it simple and direct. That's it. You know, a lot of things if I got to get to more writing my stuff down, like you always be telling me, write it down. I write
Mhm.
stuff down for everything else except for my spiritual. Well, I take spiritual quotes and stuff from like what I hear and I write it down, but my own spiritual stuff I haven't written down.
Yeah. That was one thing that I'm big on, journaling and writing stuff down. I'm big on that because it really once it comes back to mind and goes to paper, it makes it real.
Yeah,
So
that's
that's
what I
one
know.
one thing.
I know
Yeah.
that. I know that
Yeah.
part. It does make it real. I don't know why I haven't done that yet. Because I do it like when I write a show out, I write everything down. I write things I need to do, I write down. Even when I'm listening, like when I listen to Panic and on this, I got pieces of paper and bags all over my house where I got little things that I write down, but I haven't wrote my own down,
hmm
so
hmm
that's the thing.
I've even gotten to the point when I'm trying to this pertains to mental. Um, I even have a mental's like I can hear mental voice sometimes when I want to do something. I would think,
All you gotta do
oh
is read his book. You'll hear his voice. You read his
yes,
book.
oh yes, and I'm gonna talk about his book too.
Stop it,
But
both of you. Just cut it out.
All you gotta do is read his book and then you'll hear
yeah, this is his book, Overstanding Darkness, Conscious Elevations, Keys to Developing Your Awareness by Michael Campbell.
Hey, all you
It
gotta
is on
do is
Amazon. It is
read
on
it and you
Amazon.
will channel his voice. I guarantee
Yes.
it.
So now when I want to do something, sometimes I hear mental say no, or I hear him looking at me like, is you done? Like he's
Yeah,
You know
I
that's
hear.
a spiritual gift, right? Y'all laughing, but you know that's a spiritual gift. I'm only tuned
I'm
into the
laughing
same spirit of truth that y'all tuned in, and just that it comes out in my voice is
yeah.
because you heard some shit from me
It come
first.
out
It
every
don't really
time.
mean it's me.
See, it's that right there.
I
That
hear him
personality
all the
right there is
time.
when
Yeah,
I
I
get it.
hear it
If
all
it's
the
something
time.
that I'm like I'm looking, I'm trying to figure out. I feel like I get that look from mental, like, bitch, is you serious? Or, yeah, you see how he
What are we
talk, and
really
I would
doing
hear
here
it.
now? What are we
I would,
really doing now? That's what
yeah,
I
I
always
would hear the
hear.
response in his tone, and I'd be like, okay. And sometimes I have to laugh at myself, plus if it's something that I'm taking myself too serious about. I could hear his voice say something like that, and that's a little side of something that works for me, and it's something that anybody can do. Anybody can do. You know how many stories I get about people who had dreams about Brother Panic. I heard Brother Panic tell them something, and
Mm,
I was like, "Yo, it's a tool. Actually,
You
it
can
is.
use anyone.
Yep,
mhm.
Your
yeah,
mother, your
I
grandmother, anyone can be a tool for enlightenment.
right, right, right.
I like when I talked to my when I was talking to my dad that I wanted to do herbs and everything like that. And
Hmm.
then when he started to talk, I heard my grandmother because he was talking in her voice, like because she used to go outside in the yard when they got sick and just grab bushes and say, mix this and mix that. Here, now drink this or eat this. And then I used to hear him like, baby, I could hear my grandmother. And it's just like the same thing, like when I'm going through certain things, sometimes I hear like, wow, really? Is this what we're really doing now? And that would be mental voice. So I,
It's gotta be my voice.
so I do hear his voice, you know what I'm saying? And that's a good thing, because sometimes it'd be like, wow, really? This what we really doing now? And then it makes, it snaps me up sometimes. So it's a good thing, you know what I'm saying? Hey, if whatever it takes to go ahead to keep you from whatever distractions you got going on
Hmm.
is a plus.
Hmm.
Use all the tools that you need.
Yeah, I've heard Kilel voice and I've heard Legend voice since I met them about certain things, especially if it's something about when I'm trying to, well, Kilel, first of all, I'll hear his voice if it's something that I'm searching for. I'm desperately looking for something I'm just trying to find because he's been that person. I know why that happened with him because if I'm looking for a book or I'm trying to figure something out, if he didn't have it, he'll find it. And
Mm.
I got it. So that's how that voice came into my head. And
And
with
he got all
Legend,
the books then.
yeah, yeah. And with Legend, it's like he's the bullshit. If I hear something, I hear Legend say bullshit. you know, so it's just like though, like you said, anybody can do it, and it doesn't have to be a deceased person. You know what I'm saying? So,
Right.
but that person has to make an impact though.
The
Hmm?
spirit just said. So what you just said right there was because we talk to each other and we intermingle spiritually,
Hmm.
you've tapped into all of our energies because they're
Hmm.
all the same energy.
Right, right,
We'll
definitely.
label it, we label it, but it's all the same energy of the infinite and eternal. So when
Yeah,
you
I'm
can
you.
hear someone that is giving you that great, oh my God, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm you, you me. Yeah, same.
It's only a reflection of you. And
Right.
you're recognizing the spiritual component in other people. Do you know how blessed that is? I'm
You
being
know
real.
what?
I mean, we
This happened.
forget how far
It,
we've come.
this has been something for so long. I've been, in it for a minute now. So I've made speaking a absolute way, but for new people, it's kind of I'm trying to convey to you that it's just something that comes to me naturally. Once I'm in that energy, it'll just work for me. But the person has to make an impact, right? So
Let
that's
somebody
the so
start talking her language around her.
yeah, yeah,
Then it
yeah,
changed then too. You talk
yeah.
your patois. The other day she's like, "Come here, let me box before I box your backside or whatever."
Box your backside. I tell him box your backside.
Is
You
that
talking about, you ain't
is
gonna
that
box.
my Jamaican I hear over there?
Yeah, he talking about no
So
Belizean,
It's
Belizean.
Belizean.
believe.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
great grandfather's Jamaican.
Oh, okay, okay, okay. Now my ex-husband is Belizean and I moved to Belize. So it was like I just assimilated into the culture so strong. I'm not from there, but it's hard if I met him when I was 16. I never dropped the accent. I don't know, I can't
Mm.
get rid of it. So when I go back and when I'm talking to them, I don't even sound American at all. But I was talking to them about it. I say, look, I've been trying to get rid of this, and they like cuss me out. Oh, fucking Ross,
You
you
know
think
why
you
you
don't
can't get rid of it?
mm-mm.
See, this is why I'm here. You know why you can't get rid of it? There's power in that language that you haven't discovered.
Mm.
Because
Yeah,
you trying to get rid of it instead of using it. And that's what
yeah.
Brother Panic would have told you. Why you getting rid of something that's working?
With my family, I don't use it too much with people that like it comes out naturally. It will come out naturally,
No,
especially
but
I
if I'm
hear it.
talking to the
it's
kids.
the
Yeah,
knowing. Remember, we just went
yeah.
over knowing. There's a knowing part of whatever's going on with that
Mhm.
language that's a part of you.
Oh yeah,
Your energy,
definitely.
your power.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
And
speaking
you
in
know,
past tense. I'm speaking in past tense.
right.
I'm speaking in
Oh,
past
okay.
tense
I
when I
feel
first
okay, I
came
see
back
what
to
you
the
said.
United States. I wanted to get rid of it because it was hard for people that knew me to be like, "Why you talk like that?" And I was like, I just moved back to the States. Anybody who you move to Australia, you're gonna pick it up. You're gonna start getting a twang somewhere. So it just happens that way, but it comes out naturally regardless of what I'm doing. I'm accepting of it now. But anyway, I do
Oh, I
use
want
it
to
to
show you
bring
something too.
family. Go
Look what
ahead.
my baby girl brought me.
That's Anubis, right?
Mm-mm.
I can't hold it closer. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's
Star.
nice.
Star.
Huh?
Star.
Okay, Toss. Okay.
Yeah. I got it for my
Thought you got
birthday.
Anubis too. Excuse
I
me.
got Anubis for Father's Day.
Okay. Okay.
And
Okay.
that's what I was telling you what she did for my birthday. I told you, right?
Uh-huh.
Did I tell you what she did for my birthday?
Houston, stop. No, you didn't.
Okay, so what she did was I came home and then her and her mom was in the kitchen and she's like, Daddy, here, open this. I got something for you. A little brown envelope. And then it had hearts on it and stuff like that. And then so I opened it, there's $100 in there.
Ooh.
I was like, I said, I can't take it. And she's like, no, Dad, you gotta take this. I want you to have it. I was like, baby, no. I said, I can't take it. And then her mom was like, I told you he wasn't gonna. I said, you know.
Mhm.
Um, so what she did this summer, I mean, this since last, she sold all her clothes that was too small for her. She was selling jewelry. When I sell my candles, she making me buy
Yes,
them her.
still jewelry.
She
Mm-hmm.
then she sold all of her toys that kitchen sets, Barbie dream houses, all that stuff. She sold it back. She got like a lot of money in there, right? So, but I was like, baby, I said, you just being here saying happy birthday is enough. So she's like, nope, I'm gonna take you to the Botanica, So it's a new one that they built out here, and it's real nice and big, and she loved going in it. So I'm gonna take you so you can buy anything you want. I always wanted to give my dad $100. I was like, babe, and she's like, and then I tried to tell her mom, and then her mom was like, she told me not to accept it back or this that. She made me promise her because I was like,
Mm.
and I said I'll just slide it back on her money. She said no. She said, and then she told me, she said, Dad, if you do it, it break my heart. So I was like, so we went in the store. So you can buy whatever you want. You can do this. I said, well, I'll just get. She said, she took me over. She said, don't get you another statue. And I said, well, which one do you want me to get? And she picked out the Anubis, and because I wanted, they had some nice ones in there, man. And she
Mm-hmm.
was like, get this one. I said, oh. She's like, get this one. She said, we'll come back another time and get the rest of them. So I picked it out, brought it home. I was just like, so I went and I told my parents.
Mm-hmm.
Told them, I said, I really didn't want to take her money. And then my dad said, I'll give it back because you're a scar. Said that'll be one of the things that she'll remember for the rest of her life that she tried to do something nice for her father. And then that you said no. And I said, I want to sneak it back to her. He said, no. He said, just let her have that one. You do for her enough anyway. So said just, let her have it because you don't want her to grow up and then resent that when she tried to do something nice for you. I told my mom, she said the same thing. So I still holding on to some of it, but I felt bad. But then everybody's like, you know what? Spirit's using a child to bless you.
Yeah, of course. Of course. The innocence and the mouth of babes. Yeah.
That's what I
That's
said. How can anybody go backwards to believing in something? I mean, all of that is just like once you know, you know. You know what I'm saying? It's just like it's you can't. It's
yeah.
nothing to go back to. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So you become responsible. So now you have to do what you're supposed to do and what you have to do. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. You got to do it at whatever cost.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
got to live inside your truth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I appreciate all that, and I'm glad you came on. I want to ask, did anybody have any more questions or comments for Jazz? Mental, Dominique, Legend, Goddess, Gilel. Anybody got any questions?
I want to say thank you for the ones
I
that
want to
did come
say
on.
thank you. Thank you very much for the build. I greatly, greatly appreciate you sharing so much of yourself, brother.
Oh, thank you, bro. Thank you. Hey, I was just saying I want to thank everyone that came on here. You know, 'cause I'm just trying to go ahead and give what I have. You know what I'm saying? So if you here, I appreciate it. And there's much love to each and every one that came on. I really appreciate it. And if you ever free, um, check out us on Overstanding Darkness. Me and Mento, we'll be doing Fridays from now on. I may make call them and see if we can do a pop up maybe Sunday or something. I'll get with them. But I want to say thank you. I mean, every one of you is much love to you because you know what? Without love, we have nothing. You know, gotta have that capital L, that capital L,
Talk
that
to him.
capital, that
Talk
capital
to
L.
him.
You have that capital L with love, nothing else. Everything else will fall
It's
in
funny
place.
that you
Everything.
say that because all three of us said thank you at the same time. That's that Trinity, that energy. Where two or more are
Mhm.
gathered, we are there also. Hey, thank you, bro. You shared a lot. I thought that was very intuitive. Um, like I always tell you, bro, you on your way to wherever you want to go.
Mm,
Mhm.
You know what I'm
And then I'm
saying?
glad
I'm
Mental.
definitely proud of you.
I'm glad Mental said that because that's one thing that I knew about you from the time I met you. You always had a strong intuition because you just said I have a sense of knowing. You said that from day one. You would just know stuff and just call it out. You know, I don't do readings or nothing like that. You just know.
mm,
You say,
mm.
I just know. Like I'll ask you something or we're talking about something, you just say, well, I just know. And you never strayed from that. So your intuition always been strong, and I haven't seen you be wrong yet. Or go against yourself once you said, I know. Then you say, okay, I'm telling you, this is how I am because I was just knowing you, right? And you said, I just got a sense of knowing like that. My intuition real strong, and you've been like that since day one. So even when someone's talking to you, like when Dominique was speaking and stuff like that, anybody who's get to know you, it's just like you'll see that he just has an automatic sense of knowing, and it's comforting because you can feel the confidence in that, and it make you very easy to talk to and approachable. And that's what I've always liked about you. And I think that's a very, very strong um, gift you have there, or ability, whatever you want to have it, gift of discernment, all that is tied into one, and that has gotten you this far and worked for you in your spiritual on your spiritual path. So thank you for sharing that with me, and thank you for influencing me and inspiring me to do what I'm doing.
Hey,
You
we
know, with the
inspire
work.
each other. I mean, without all of you is no me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I learned so much from us being go ahead, connecting, conversating, being on the podcast, you calling, texting, mental, and all the other ones that's in here. I would like to get to know you as well. The one thing that I want to say that I always ever want to be remembered by is that love. That's it. That love. I mean, capital LOVE, because nothing, once you got love, nothing else matters. You have a sense of peace about your life. I mean, one thing about the spirit, I mean, it calms you, it gives you everything that you need
Right,
and
you're right.
more, and
And
more,
more. And
and
more.
more.
Right, right.
So
Well, thank you, Jazz, for coming on.
my
So hope you
pleasure.
come
My
back.
pleasure.
Hope you come back,
Anytime.
and
Anytime.
I'll be on your side too.
Yeah.
When can me and Jazz come on together?
Yes, yeah.
You
They'll
heard
be
him?
on. What
He
you
said when
saying?
can we he said when can we come on together?
Oh, listen, we just gotta pick a date. You know
Let me
how I
know.
roll. Yeah, we just we'll just get a date that y'all get a date together, and then because I'm doing for October, so y'all just
Okay.
get a date together and we'll just make it happen. Okay?
Anytime you want me here, you know you my family, my spiritual
Yeah,
family.
I
I
appreciate.
got you. I mean, I'll
Oh,
be here
appreciate
for you.
that.
All right.
All right, all
And
right.
Mental will be
Thank
right
you.
here too. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, I know mental tells me that too, that he got me and support me. And I feel very, 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 very loved coming back into the fold like this because like I said, I was kind of reluctant to do this, but I was like, hey, once I got out there, I saw that there was a need, and I said, I think Panic would want me to do this. And
I've been
here we
told
are.
you. I've been
Here
told you.
we are.
That's why I got you
Yeah.
on mine. I was like, now let's get her on before she get too big and too hot. That we can't afford her. We can't afford her, or she'd be too busy to go ahead. Let's get her on now.
Yeah,
Because you're gonna blow. You're gonna blow.
yeah,
I
yeah.
mean,
But
I mean,
see, it
and
was
but you're gonna blow without. It's not the way how the human think. Like, oh, popularity and this, that, or whatever. No, the things that you're
Organically.
gonna say
Organically.
and the things that you say and the love that you show and the people that you bring on, you're gonna draw millions. You could draw millions.
see
You know what I'm
that
saying?
that's the sense of knowing that I was just talking about. That's a good example. So everybody just saw what I just said. That's how he's been from day one. He would just say things and from a place of knowing and confidence.
What?
And that's go ahead, mental.
I was just saying because we all know, even you know, this spirit thing will be the number one thing that's happening, and it won't be televised.
Mhm.
It will
About
only be
time.
in our minds. It
About
will only
time.
be in our spirits and our soul. For
About
us
time.
that know,
Mhm.
the
Mhm.
rest of them still gonna be watching football and still gonna be watching television and listening to teleline radio and believing in teleline newspaper. They still gonna be going by what looks good, feels good, tastes good, sounds good, smells good.
All of the distractions, you just said them.
Them sugars.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's why
definitely.
you know what? So by you, when you said like, look, um, June, July, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna do it too. I'm gonna take time. You took more time off than social media than I did at it. You know what I'm saying? And
Mhm.
but then you said I'm working on me, and then look at what you did. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? I told you before. I was like, I don't know why you don't have your own thing. You know what I'm saying? Because you was a big part. I used to sit there every Tuesday and listen at them clown you and you clown them. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And I mean,
Yes.
yo, huh?
Was agreeing with you because when me and her first connected, I was like, yo, that fucking night you fell
Yes,
asleep on
that was
this,
memorable. You was
yo,
snoring on
I felt bad for a
it.
word. I felt bad for sis,
I
yo.
don't know why, because Panic even came out when he did I said this the other night. He did a lecture at the Black Cat Theater and he called me out in front of everybody. He said, come out here on this stage with Brother Rich. After that, he said, this the bitch that fell asleep on the radio. Here she go. So I told you this bitch was big, you know. And
Yeah.
so we laughing about it. He said, y'all feel sorry for this bitch. Y'all know what she did to me. I had did something to him real grimy before that. He said, I'm gonna get you back. Right? Because we did our jokes was hard. They was cruel, you know? And he said, y'all, she do dirty shit to me too. So he said, bitch, I told you, you don't play with me, you don't know my power. And so he said, your ass fell asleep on the radio. I got you, bitch. So
Ooh,
it
we
was
got
like,
you.
it
Hey,
was
that's
just
memorable.
yeah, it
That's
is. They got like
that's
60 some
memorable.
thousand views and stuff. But
That's
it's like I
memorable.
don't even but you know what, in the end, he was like, I
I
told
was
you and
actually on
he
that call that night, actually.
still
You was on
online.
the call?
I was on that call that night.
Oh, you was?
He was on the call.
Yeah.
Let me find out. Let me find out you the one that said I sound like I was gargling marbles. Somebody
Oh,
said,
no.
You was snoring.
well, I remember that night. I was so tired. I was working at the children's program, incarcerated boys, and I was there till like 11. I would leave there, working way overtime, come home, get on, because Panic already calling me before I got for work. Bitch, where you at? You need to be here. You didn't, and I would, man, I couldn't hang no more. But I was like, you know what? He told me, he said, I'm going to break you. I was very, Jazz said it in the beginning. I like to get my way. I can be that way. And I'm so independent, so used to being the one to have to make things happen for myself. Panic would not allow that with me. He did not allow that. So whenever I was with him, I paid for nothing. He was just that person around. And if I ever tried to be like in my dominant mom mode, he'll knock that down in a heartbeat. And he's like, I'm gonna get you, I'm gonna break that shit off with you. And that was something that I had to come out of. And that was one of the things he said, I told you your skin he said, on this side, you got to have thick skin. And I'm gonna show you. And that was actually part of the process. That whole what we thought was humiliating or I didn't feel no type of way. He said, there, I got you. We talked about that. And that was like, I didn't realize what it was. And then he just said, you got to laugh about it. Actually talked about comparing that to when his mother.
Preparing you because you know what? The world is cold. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And the humiliation is definitely a part that you have to go through to go ahead to realize, look, this shit don't matter.
It didn't, but he talked about when his mom was the crazy lady, because his mom had schizophrenia, and she was literally be in the streets naked, and they used to pick at her and stuff, and he felt so bad about it. And he said till his friend made him laugh at it, and that's what changed for him. And he had to get me to he said he was gonna do whatever he could like to get me to laugh at myself, not take myself so serious. I always had to be with him. When I was with him, I always had to be in control. Always. He would not allow that. He would buck me on
That's the
every time.
lesson, love.
Yeah.
That
That's what I
is
said.
the lesson he was
the
trying to
humiliation.
teach you. He ain't want to
Yeah.
tell you because he wanted you to discover it for yourself.
That's what I was
He
just
didn't.
saying.
And he didn't tell me. He didn't tell me. He let us, the things I did, I know nobody else could do with him. I know that for a fact. The things I said to him, the jokes I played on him, and like I said, I got the lesson, but that was part of it when we talked about it behind the scenes after that. And that's why it was no way when he called me on the stage. I mean, the audience was packed. It was a big theater in Brooklyn. It's called the Black Cat Theater. I don't know if you close by there or not. I don't know how far you are from Rochester to Brooklyn. I don't know. But that's where we were with Brother Rich, and it was packed. And he called me up the stage and said, did I tell y'all this bitch was big?
Hey, but you know what? That's even in like societies and stuff, and like they have humiliation rituals. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
they can
but
go.
theirs be bad though. Like they trying to take really take the role from people like this, but they did with some of these celebrities. Their humiliation rituals
But you
could
know what the
end
whole
up
thing
No,
is?
yeah.
but you gotta
It's
be
all a
able to
part of the
laugh
mind.
at every
Right.
aspect of yourself, because everybody out there you laughing at is just an aspect of yourself.
Right.
So if you can't laugh at yourself, that means there's some trauma that's blocking the energy that should naturally flow.
Even though theirs are rough, you know what I'm saying? They chose that life. And you know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. Whatever you choosing to do, you got to be on the road prepared to go ahead and say, look, this is what I chose. This is what, you know what I'm saying? It's not forced upon them. They chose it. So the
Yeah.
thing is like you chose that about spirituality. And then that's part of it too. It's just like the humiliation part because those are all part attached to the ego. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. It's just like what Panic said. He's like, I don't feel bad. It's not like you don't feel bad for the little lady that's crossing the street, but you got to get to the point where you just say, I don't give a fuck about none of this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
definitely.
that's a hard thing to do.
It
It's a
was. It
hard.
is.
It's a
It is.
no.
I trust
I
me. I
just.
learned a lot. I learned a lot being close to him, and I'm thankful for it. And like I tell everybody, I'm still processing. I'm still doing it, dealing. I'm taking my time with it, and the different arrangement we have now. But still, still, I'm thankful for the time I had with him, and it got me to this point. Doing what I
Did he
am
come
now.
to you in your dreams?
Yes, I've seen him a few times. I've talked with him a few times. Still no answer to him yet. He asked me what the fuck the hold up is, but he knows I'm still processing.
Mm.
So it's all good. I know a lot of people I posted a video in the group chat. Water Alchemist, he will be on his altar setup. I posted that he did for Brother Panic. It was very nice. It was very nice. And I tell everybody, if anybody do an altar for Panic, make sure you give him a Pepsi. That was
Yeah,
his lick. That was his lick, boy. A
look,
cold ass
he done
Pepsi with a
came to me, but every time I talk to him, it's all about you.
Mm.
yeah.
Every time I talk to him, it's all about how my baby doing. She
Yeah.
good. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And
Yeah.
I'm like him. Nigga, you know she good. The fuck you
Yeah.
talking about? You guided her
Yeah.
to me, nigga. We straight. You know how we do this. We ain't
Yeah.
playing.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah.
just saying, every time, boom, boom. And I never really say anything because, it is
Yeah.
what it is.
Right.
But I'm telling you, every time I talk to him, it's always got something to do with you.
Yeah. We tight. We tight like that. It's easy for me to hear him, and he knows that. And so I'm waiting to see how this playing out is working with me now, but I know there's more to come. So I'm
That's
excited
good. I
about
mean,
it. Yeah. Yeah.
like with me, when I have dreams, I have dreams about people in them, but nobody coming to me like that. So that's dope. Because
No, I have
most
full
Anybody
time,
blown conversations with people.
mm,
anybody's on here, I see everyday goddess. Okay, I want to say this. This is how Jazz Energy has, and I told him when he comes on, I was going to discuss this, how I manifested Jazz. And I want people to know that I did that. I am in my birth chart. I am my Lilith is in Aries, sixth house, Virgo. When I started to learn, I don't know how it came about, but the spirit brought it to me. And I said, let me look at this, not even thinking about the correlation between that. He's a Virgo. And so somebody sat me down and was talking to me about what that meant. And this is a master astrologist. And so he was telling me, he said, oh, you're a Lilith in the sixth house. Oh, you're a Lilith in Aries, and what that meant. Hence, exactly, I actually manifested my Aries Lilith sixth house, which is Jazz actual his character, a lot of his characteristics of who he is. So I got to experience myself in the 3D. You know what I'm saying? In a very impactful way. And I thought I just was blown away by that I was actually able to work through some hidden darkness, because Lilith is the dark moon. She's your dark side. And she was helping me to work through that. I've always worked with her. I've been working with her for the longest. But I needed that final confirmation, and there was something that I wasn't seeing. Hence, I manifested him. So I was just like, fucking yeah, I got it. So now I'm to this point because he helped me work through some other aspects of myself that needed to be addressed, that had been dormant for a very long time. He knows what I'm talking about, but there's some things that we talked about that I needed to experience and that I needed to go through. Hence is me getting to this point now. So when he's talking about, and I hope everybody got that tonight too, though, what was so important about this conversation of discernment and detachment, we went through that with each other as well, which gets to where we are now. It's all been playing out just as it should. And again, thank you. I thank you for coming on. And I will ask anybody else if they got any questions or comments for Brother Jazz.
Well, I heard that part too. I'm still here, just to let you know.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, you talked to me
Yeah.
about my Lilith placement, right? And she was on
Mhm.
last night. Y'all need to go back and listen to what we talked about, because we talked about some things,
peace. How
a
you
lot
doing,
of stuff on
sister?
there too. And
Well,
mhm. Go ahead.
uh, I was just going to say, well, no, here's the thing. And oh, my cancer is coming out because I'm like, oh, I'm going to go and cry now because um, I started to get back to me, and this actually is showing me that I gave up everything. So, okay, I'm done with the crying. All right. For discernment. And I hear about it, and I can do it with things that are outside of me. I want to get away from my kids so bad. But I'm learning that I can't because the person I made them with can't handle it, and it's just like I know I need to walk away. I can walk away from anything and anybody else, but I've tried to walk away from them, let him do it, and everything falls apart. So as you were talking, I started going back, like, because I had a stroke at 23. And so what ended up happening was I blocked off a lot of stuff because I told myself, all right, if anything's going to bring me back to something that's going to make me dwell on things that I can't change, I ain't trying to deal with it. Or, I don't need that energy anymore. I'm moving forward. Well, in doing that, I blocked a lot of good stuff too. So I started to go back because I started blocking out time frames. I just stopped dealing with time altogether. But as Jazz was talking, I said something kept saying, go back to the first time that you really, really had a breakthrough with a deity that you didn't know. And so I think I might have mentioned it last night when I was on a call that I had tapped into Renanette, and she's a cobra. She's a goddess with a cobra head. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but I know I kind of glossed over who she was. I was like, oh, all right, but I went back to it. And come to find out, she is who maintains everybody, which is what I do. I maintain everybody. Ever since I touched down, I've always been the one to hold everybody together. And that just blew my mind. I'm like, ugh. So she was coming to show me, yeah, you gotta maintain everybody, even in the spirit world. Here I go. Come on, you got it. Don't be scared. Let's do this. And she's also the nurse, which is what I talked about last night with my son, having to nurse him back to health. And so I'm like, and yes, I'm a Cancer sun, so I'm letting that come out. Because I've been really trying to let that Scorpio be like, no, we're gonna suck this up. We're gonna be strong. Yeah, but so I just want to say thank you
You
for
know,
your time. Yes.
Ooh,
everyday
love.
goddess.
Can I say one thing,
I want to
love?
say, I got
Oh,
something to say to you too.
go
Everyday
ahead, Jazz.
goddess. You know what? That thing, we was just talking about speaking things. Speak to your family. Like you was just saying, the one that you got to watch over. Use your words. Speak it and know it. Don't even doubt it. Just speak it and
What
allow
did I
things to.
leave them?
No, 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 no. Like you said, caring for and everything. What
Mhm.
you just said about your son. I just want to
So,
make sure.
And that's what I was going to say. You are drawn to where you're at in your situation because you have the ability
Ability,
to be
right?
infinite and eternal. That is
Mm-hmm.
our base. That's where we come from, regardless of what you've been told. Because of that, it seems like you can take on more than the average person. And I would agree with you, it's not fair, but none of life is fair. But I'm
Favor
telling
ain't
you right
fair
now,
either.
from what I heard, my spirit to your spirit is telling you you have so much power that you have not even tapped into. Like
Right.
Jazzy said, once you start speaking it from a point of knowing, then you'll understand exactly what we're talking about right now. You'll get it all
You
with
said something
confidence.
about your son, right? What did you say about your son? The last thing?
Oh, that I had to heal him.
That's what I'm
Uh,
talking about. Speaking it. Speak, you are healed. That's it.
that part
No, no.
isn't the problem. That
Huh?
part isn't because he was supposed to die. So that part isn't the problem.
Okay.
I did speak that. I don't have any doubt with that. It's being boxed in and only doing for everybody else.
You got
That's
the
what I have
power
an
of
issue
saying
with.
no. The
Yeah,
power
which
of
is
saying
why
no.
I'm on this call and I'm by myself because I
Well,
said, all right, you guys are done. I'm going, no, I'm not doing anything else. And I'm like, that's what I was thinking to myself. This is helping me to exercise that no
Hmm.
instead of being everything for everybody, but I don't get the reciprocity. And then I get angry and then it gets nasty.
mm,
The power,
So
just say no. Like they
No,
say,
yeah,
just say no.
you gotta love yourself more than anyone, more than your
Hmm.
I,
kids, your husband, your mother, your father. You gotta love yourself so much
Hmm.
that you get what's going on around you only because you love yourself. Because if you love
right.
yourself so much, you're going to love your kids, your husband, you're going to love your friends. Everybody is a reciprocant or a byproduct of your love for yourself. And I
Yes.
see that you have this power and this energy in you. I can't stop talking about it enough. Once you go on the inner you, a deep dive down the rabbit hole, you're going to find you. You're going to find yourself again and maybe again and again until you're the person you want to be.
Right. Thank you for that. It's a reminder because I did and I was and I've done and I just kept feeling like okay, I'm not being me because I'm being pulled in all these different directions. So
Always
yeah,
be you first. That's hey,
yeah,
that's who you. That's the first costume you put on when you get up in the morning. You step into you. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
But you being pulled in different directions can also be you.
Hmm.
Yes,
Because
it can.
every direction you're getting pulled in is a reflection of you.
Reflection of me. Mm-hmm.
Remember, everything's only you. The mind is everything.
Hmm.
So
Yep.
everything is a reflection of you, what you like and what you don't like.
Hmm.
It all depends
mhm.
on how you react to what's going on.
Yeah. That
You
is
got
exactly
this.
right.
You
Which is
got this.
why I'm on this call and not just listening. I'm sitting down and doing my own stuff because I'm needing to get that back to me and what how I want to go about it instead of it being a only at night thing
You know what? The one
before.
thing I know is that once we all get back into doing us, we'll all be together collectively.
Yeah.
Facts.
You ain't got to worry
Has
about
to
nothing else.
be. You're right. I agree with that, but it has to be done individually first.
Right, right,
Right.
Like
right.
Facts.
That's
before
what I'm
ancient
saying, bro.
times, like, because right, like Bobby said, we've been there, done that. We've done the collective, but now this time it's got to be bottom up
Bottom up.
instead of
Yeah.
top down.
Right.
Hmm.
I
Word.
am receiving all of that. Thank you very much. And since I know that I am I'm like craving the masculine energy because that's what I'm here is to understand that.
But
And for
it's
all
not masculine energy, love. Do you
well, it's
realize? Let me tell you this one thing so you can understand how powerful the black feminine energy is. The Kundalini, the energy
Mhm.
that rises from
Bottom.
the anus and move up all the way through to the pineal gland is a
Yeah.
feminine energy. The power that makes us gods is a feminine energy. 93% of space is dark, dark matter.
That's that
That
dark
is a
matter.
feminine energy.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I want you to know how powerful you are. Don't ever get it twisted. You are the one and the only. Everything came from you. The first son, SON/SUN, came
Yeah.
from you.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
you are the Alpha and the Omega. All of us are the Alpha and the Omega of our own story. We're always in control.
You
Don't
know,
ever get it twisted.
the thing is, this year is like, especially with the black woman. I mean, it's the energy, just like by even this woman running for president. You know what I'm saying? Whatever she claimed, but we know the trueness, blackness of that energy right there for black woman now is
The
there.
symbology of it alone, like you said, we know physically and materially it ain't gonna do shit for us, but
Nothing, but
symbolically,
symbolically is there.
ah,
Is there. Is there. So every day, God is tap into you, baby.
especially a
there.
black woman.
Hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Gotta get the kids quiet. Why I'm about to go off. But
Huh?
I was
Yo,
listening. Go ahead. Kilel. I see if Kilel is there because I want to ask him something he had said. He might have stepped away.
No, he's still
Dominique,
on there.
Dominique, do you have a question or input?
Not really. You know what I'm saying? I'm just enjoying the conversation, but yeah, just digging deep in.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You know,
Thank you.
Hey,
I say one
today's
thing
my
that
birthday, so I appreciate listening to y'all on
oh
my
happy
birthday.
Oh, happy
happy
birthday.
respect. So
And for
picking up.
Jazz.
You breaking up.
I'm picking.
Can I ask? Right. So hearing
I don't know what's happening. Can anybody hear me?
you breaking up.
Both of y'all are going in and out. I can hear both of you in and out.
I hear
Oh
you
wow.
clearly. I hear y'all clearly.
I can hear you clearly, but Jazzy's coming out.
I'm going
Okay.
in and out. Oh,
here.
wow.
I hear you now.
There you go. There you go. Jazz, can you hear us now?
Yes.
He's back. It couldn't hear you. It was breaking up, but you're frozen on the side.
You know, I was just saying that, you know, like the black woman, I mean, this year, this energy, this time, I mean, even if she doesn't become president, it's just the energy that's there right now for our sisters to go ahead and just tap into, you know, and then just doing it mindfully, knowing that, you know, with love, you know, with the capital L, you know, being true to yourself. I mean, it's a lot to get from this year. I mean, a
Mhm.
lot, a lot. I mean, no matter what you going through, how you feeling, what heartaches you got, you know what, if you look, it's just like the woman is on the move. She on the
Mhm.
move this year. I
Yeah,
mean,
that's true.
it's not like she's stagnant, like she's just that, you know, like when I grew up, my mom stayed out, she worked for a while, but then she stayed at home and she took care of all five of us. But you know what? The black woman she just like, it's different
Mhm.
now. It's different.
Mhm.
That it's
Yeah.
independence, but you know what? It's good to have independence, but it's still recognizing unity. That's the whole thing. Is you know, y- being one with self. You know, and that you know, it's still unity. That don't go to the point where you're independent, where you're just like, I don't need this, I don't need this from a person, I don't need that. You know, whatever your preference is, it's still unity. It's
Yeah.
still unity.
And I was just gonna say something about that. When Mental brought up that about what Everyday Goddess when she said being in the masculine. Panic never told me that I was in my masculine. He never said that. He just said you got to be in control of everything. And it was to the point of my detriment.
Facts.
Yeah, it was to the point of my detriment that, you know, I didn't have to, my thing was stay in control so I didn't appear weak, you know, and that was the issue that he was dealing with me on, and that I didn't have to have my guard up all the time the way I did. And I needed to allow, because I wasn't allowed blessings in if my, you know, things that work in my favor, my manifestations, if I got
Right.
control of every fucking thing.
Yes,
So,
yes, ma'am.
yeah,
You
so that
know,
was,
Ashe.
the
yeah.
That is,
thing is,
and that's the lesson. I always say we got to find lessons in the things that happen to us. If we can
Mhm.
find lessons in the things that happen to us, I guarantee you it'll never happen to you again,
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah, tenfold.
especially if it's a negative situation.
Mhm. And we talked about that too, y'all, last night about, and I got a lot of good feedback on those mother wounds that I found out was shared with Everyday Goddess, and another young lady hit me up, and a masculine hit me up about having the toxic mother or the chaos being that we came through to teach us these hard lessons. And that was very, very important to add to this conversation we have tonight. That what you just said, mental, those very important lessons that we got and going through it, Jazz, like you said, in order to balance out and know our intuition and come into the knowing of who we are through those hard lessons.
You
So,
know, yeah, you know what I'm realizing the more and more every day. I I tell mental all the time. It's just that you know what? It's a part of the process of going through.
mhm,
We have to go through it. It's just no way around it. You have to go through. And if you, it's not like somebody's in the back that's gonna kick you. You know what I'm saying? But if you look back, there's nothing there. So you
mhm,
gotta go forward. You
mhm,
gotta go forward.
mhm, mhm,
I mean, and the only way you're gonna get through anything is by going forward. And so, you know what? Everything may look hard, scary, unknown. You know what I'm saying? Where you never seen this or thought that this could happen or this or that. However, the only way to the other side is to go. We have no
mhm,
choice.
mhm.
There's no choice. You can go. All you're gonna do is prolong it, no matter
But
what you're
that's the
doing.
hard part of this spiritual game. That's the issue. Some people feel like they can't go through it. They're not strong enough to go through it. And it could be just pushing the veil. It ain't hard. It's
Mhm.
just that when we make up our minds about something, that's where the problem is. Always going to be in the mind. That's why they try to control us through the mind.
Right.
Looks
Yeah.
good, feels good, tastes good, sounds good, smells good. That's why we say this so much, because it is the biggest issue that's facing spirituality on this planet.
Mhm.
If we can get what you like and control what you like or think you want and your need, then we got you.
Right.
Because
Right.
we've already said on this panel that the spirit can deliver everything you need, everything. But how many
But you
of us
gotta
are
let some
willing to
things
go there?
go. You gotta let some things go. You gotta
You got to
detach.
let a lot of shit go, not some things,
Mhm. You
a
gotta
lot of stuff.
detach. You gotta
And
detach.
that's what the constable. I always refer to my dad because I see Jazz had a very, and that was my best friend. But
Mhm.
when I was kicking all this occult shit, I didn't realize he was listening until he got over there. It was like it was exactly the way Bobby, Phil, C. Freeman, all that shit they was talking about. He told me from his mouth. By you even telling me, him being a Cancer and open minded to everything, that's one thing I did get right in this carnation. I came back through parents who let me question every fucking thing. And they were stark Jesus Christ boys from the South, boy and girl from the South. But all of that junk DNA came online for him immediately just because of the memory that I was the Jews. And mind you, this man was a 33rd degree Mace. I know he used to look at me sometimes like, what the, how the fuck is he learning all this shit?
Cause you
But
can
I
be
always been
grandfathered in. You
they
can you can be grandfathered
that
in.
part, because I'm
Not
long-winded.
only that, you chose your parents because you knew it was the best way for you to
To come
get
back
what you
online,
needed
to
in this
come back
lifetime,
online, to
to
come
come
back
back
online.
online in this lifetime.
There you go.
I
There
mean,
you
we
go.
belittle ourselves at every turn. We
And
are
then,
so powerful.
and another thing he explained to me too was the detachment part. You know how Panic used to always talk about its levels. Once your body stays here, your spirit goes to the astral. Da, 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 da. He was like, those are the aspects that I'm really learning from. Because as you learn, I'm learning. And he just explained the whole ancestral.
No, say that
shit
again, my brother.
I just
Did
said that
your father
earlier.
just said, as
Yo,
you learn, he learns?
yes, it really works that way because I can
I said
tell
Oh
by
that
my
to the
God.
I said
That's
that
that
to
spirit right
Killer
there.
I could
earlier.
tell by the
Remember,
conversations
Jazzy,
we
what do I tell you all the time? 7 generations before
Before and
and
7
7
generations after.
generations after us learn once we get in this realm of knowing and spirituality.
I just said
Yes,
that to the brother that came on earlier. He about patience. I was like, I'm learning through you right now.
right now,
Right now.
right now,
Right now.
not now,
Right now.
right now. Yeah.
Right
Look at what
now.
Miss Visa done brought together. It's getting good now. Let's keep it going.
Animals. Put the fucking animals
Hey,
together. See, the fucking inmates are running the fucking prison.
Look, I want to share the video. Let me get on this thing here.
Fucking
hey, yo, I wanna.
Legend, you piece of work.
Right.
I
Let's
tell
do
y'all
this
this,
thing.
no,
Yo,
this
but that's how
telegram
this
piece of
shit
work.
works. You know, and he said,
Mhm.
yo, as you learn, I learn,
That's the way.
and stop looking at shit happening to you and it's actually happening for you because we
For you.
over here we
Yes.
blocking, we putting up shit for you so you don't have to suffer as much as you. I mean, we're gonna suffer as long as we here, but we will make it easier for you. Take this. I had a lecture, well, small little shit I had on YouTube, and it was like, if you scratch their back, they scratch yours. That's how this shit work. Cause I'll tell you, I was like, God, these niggas talking to Sack, man. This nigga talking to Thorpe, and no, it don't work. For me, I had to start with them niggas because I was close to them in the physical. What makes me think it's not gonna be like that once they transition?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yo, you gotta just go with that shit. Like, no, Visa, no, I'll be like, fuck that. Don't say belief. Because when I hear
Yeah,
belief, I
yeah,
hate
yeah.
that word.
You gotta
I
say
Yeah,
hate that.
no.
I'm with
Because
You
when
you.
I
gotta
hear
say
belief,
no.
I'm with you.
like when I hear that shit, I hear doubt. That's all
Yeah.
I hear.
Facts.
I'd rather you say I don't believe, because then
No.
that's you saying I
Or you
don't
don't
doubt.
know.
Or
Or you
right.
don't know.
Or you
And
don't
it's
know, or you don't doubt, right?
that's it. Ugh.
Come
Got that
on,
look.
everybody got us. I hear you over there. She ready to burst, y'all.
Go
Come on
ahead.
and give it to us.
Word.
You're gonna see that look that mental gives. That's the look. Like he'll look in the camera and be like, "Bitch, yeah, you'll see
I
it.
see it.
You see it."
I
Yeah,
see it.
no, I feel in his voice. I was wondering when he was going to turn the camera on. I was like, he itching. He going to hit
Yeah.
that button.
You know what? It felt like that fucking music show where the stars be and they all hit their button, they turn around and show they fucking self. It was like that. Like fuck it.
It
He was
ain't me.
hot.
It's you. It's y'all drawing me in.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm a
get
spiritual
in.
vampire. I suck this spiritual energy up. When the truth is around, I want to be right next to it. I don't care who it's coming from.
That's
Well,
right.
you don't have to share your because I do the
Yeah.
same thing. So it's all good.
There you go. There you go. Each
Yeah,
one
yeah,
teach
yeah.
one.
And this and this is a good example because I was trying to tell everybody, y'all make sure y'all get on tonight because I knew this past 2 days has been very eventful for me. After yesterday, I had to spend the whole day in the bed, didn't I?
Mm.
Every day, she put the work on me last night, and I got it put on me again tonight. But you know what?
Not my intention, but yeah. I
Hey.
mean, the trauma work will get you because it'll start making you think and you start going down and be like, wait a minute. And yeah, I mean, for the past, I want to say it's nearing 10 years, I was like, I'm just going to work on trauma because I can't be every time somebody say something, it triggers something from when I was 7. And I'm like, so I need to work it. Yeah, stop laughing.
It's a fact, though. But that's knowledge itself. Without
Yeah,
knowledge itself, you can never go into knowing.
right.
Mhm.
I
You can't. It
knew
can't happen.
I had to do it. So when we were talking last night, I was like, yo, and what I meant by the masculine was the male, the men around me. See, my big dog was my pops.
Yeah,
He's
y'all missed the story
gone.
last night. She spilled it out last night. It was
Yeah.
I
good.
got to go back and watch
So,
again.
Yeah.
Yeah, me
and
too.
I'm not in a household with somebody that gives that same energy. So it's like I'm actually trying to reflect through the men that I'm around, like, okay, you ain't got it. You ain't there yet, And so look, because I'm very like, that ain't there. If I have to do too much work, I don't want to be your mama. I want you to come with the work that you've done, and then we can connect that way. But as far as, I'm a Cancer, and I know the 6'9" represents the bosom, but I don't want to breastfeed nobody right now. That's how I just don't want to
It
do that.
represents 9 ether and 6 ether, the highest level of melanin and the lowest level. Two different it's the contradiction of high and low, male, female, the opposites, polarity. But go ahead.
I don't want to babysit you or nurse you anymore.
You shouldn't have to.
So that is where I am with it. So that's what I meant by the energy of the masculine. Like, oh, well, you've actually delved into knowing who you are.
But you got to know, my goddess, that's an advanced skill. Most people 85 to 90% of the people that you meet will not have that skill.
And therefore, I don't
I'm
mind
just saying.
being alone. And with that, I don't mind solitude.
Well,
Hey, but you know the one
loneliness is
thing,
a part of the
one thing,
spiritual game.
but you know what? You have to forget. I mean, remember. Let's remember the point where we all came from.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing is we can never get to a point where we just say we totally don't want to, because you know what? Somebody, or it had to be an opening for each one of us to go ahead and get to a point where we are today. So you can't go ahead and just say, damn them. You know what I'm saying? Then you know what I'm saying? It's about us, you, yourself, as an individual first. And then once you love yourself enough, and then the love spreads outward. But you can't, but as you go outward, you still got to remember, damn, I was fucked up before too.
Right. I understand that. And I think where it is just the situation, the current situation. I know where it's going. It's just I'm right here, right now. And it's like, that's all it is.
Is it the patience, what we was talking about earlier?
Patience. It might have been cutting out at that point on my side. I might have missed that memo
because one of the things that mentor always say is patience is a spiritual killer.
Lack of patience is a spiritual.
Lack of patience is that's what I meant. Lack of patience is a spiritual killer.
Yeah, and I've been known to be very patient, and now I am just maybe I'm just uninterested.
Well, you can go through a point of patience where you're patient, you get what you want, you're patient, but you got to remember this is an evolving game. Once you get to the realm of knowing, you don't really have to be patient anymore. Now, like Jazzy said, I tell the spirit, all right, you got 3 days to give me an answer. You got 24 hours to tell me what the hell's going on. See, we demand shit because we're on that frequency of what? That we can demand shit.
That's right.
And then you gotta ask for nothing.
Not demanding.
But you know, I want to say this. You know what I'm noticing too is that this is something that I had an issue with as a female, and as when we're three masculines on here. So this is something that I know I had an issue with. Pennant would call me on it. He said, "You always got a fucking excuse. Shut the fuck up." That's how you talking to me. You like, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. You always got a fucking excuse. You got to come back for when I say something to you. Just fucking listen. But I took it sometimes. But the thing about it was, he was telling me you didn't need to give me an excuse. I didn't need one from you. You don't have to make an excuse for who you are. Right. So in listening to him when he has something to say to me, for me to hear the message it's actually a skill, is that you can receive the message you're open enough to receive the message without this static in it. It's like how can I explain
that emotional component.
It's like an ego kind of in there,
that emotion.
And it's filtering into you these little pieces of your ego, and you feel some discomfort.
I don't like what he said about me. He made me feel bad.
in a way that you feel like you're not misunderstood. Also, we do that if you're a people pleaser. If you grow up being a people pleaser and you always over explaining yourself, you feel like you got to explain yourself so people don't judge you or misunderstand you.
I was there
Pentecostals
before.
told me that that's not even necessary.
I
You
was
know
there
your truth, you speak
and
your
stick
truth,
by it.
even when dealing with each other. I had to learn. Jazz called me on that because I still revert to that sometimes. Jazz actually called me on that a while ago when I was having an issue with somebody and I was talking to him about it. He said, wait a minute, listen to me what I'm saying. I know this person, I know this, and I'm gonna tell you what it is. And I had to pull back and listen to what he was saying to me. And then I reminded myself, okay, it's this my ego was in the way because I'm like, I know what I'm talking about. I know what I feel. I know my spirit telling me, I
Mm-hmm.
know my that's true. I do
Mm-hmm.
know that. But at the same time, there's always more to it than what my just understanding was. And I appreciate it myself. You'll see how much stronger you are for it. You'll
Yeah.
see how strong you are for being able to. That's the discernment, by the way. That's
Yes.
that
Fact.
discernment in the
Most of
detachment.
discernment is
Right,
recognizing your weaknesses.
right.
That's discernment.
Your power is
Recognizing
you
what you're
realize
weak in and what you can't do, and
you
trying to do something to make it better.
yeah, you realize how strong you are. And it feels so good. I mean, I just feel so good just being in 100% of knowing who I
After
am
you
and
say
you
no,
know,
you really feel good
yes.
because
Feeling
you
But
get
you
good
to.
with
is
the full
being a
understanding, the full
100% of
understanding of
you,
that. But you
and
have a full
every
understanding of that, of knowledge of that. Because um everyday goddess, I know so much behind the scenes, but the girl is bad as fuck, y'all. The girl bad. We talked and her skills, she does readings, she does the Necronomicon reading, she does
oh,
the
I
pendulum
like
reading,
that.
she does the pendulum Necronomicon, she does the
Hmm.
Yeah.
trauma. Am I missing one?
No, we did the pendulum reading last night. I was doing the
Oh,
necro.
we talked about the pendulum.
Hmm.
That's the
And
Necronomicon, and you do trauma and you do something
yeah,
else.
I do the trauma. Listen, what
Oh,
I
she did have
do,
a class. She was doing a class. She put that on pause.
I
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever unleashed a Necronomicon on someone purposely?
hmm,
And if you did, I want to know what happened because I'm too afraid to do it because I think the power would come through too powerful, kill a person, and I'm over here for murder that no one can prove, but I know I did it.
But guess what else? Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me
okay.
if I'm wrong. And she fucked with the gin. Didn't you tell us that last night? Yo, bruh.
She did. Tell y'all,
I
listen
only
to
know,
that. Listen to that show.
I only know of two other motherfuckers that fuck with that shit. Now I know
Oh, I
three.
fuck with the gins too, bro.
Oh,
I
now I know
don't.
four. Now I know
I
four.
never have.
PEN and
That's one thing about
JENN.
I
Either one
never
of them.
have.
That's my peoples. I
no.
love them.
I have
I never have. I
Oh, I
never
love
have.
all them.
I've always been a late bloomer. I've always
Oh,
been a late
baby, I'm a
bloomer.
master of. Listen, when I tell you I'm a master of all energy, good, bad, right, wrong,
Different.
powerful,
Yeah.
weak. I need all that. That's
Well,
just
Hmm
me now. I can't
it's
talk for
true.
y'all.
It just
I need
depends
all
on
that.
how you look at it. It's
Hey,
just how you view it.
Facts.
Because
It's
I can
all.
say
I
it's
call
bad
it
and
spiritual science,
that's
God
it.
science,
That's it.
can
So
because
y'all can
that's
it's
y'all
things
hear
that
me?
are unseen, but we're learning
Go
about it.
ahead, Kyle. He in the building.
My bad. I'm sorry.
What's up, bro?
So I wanna say something in the midst of this, if allowed, just to try to give some perspective. When you talk about jinn, when you talk about demons, you got to understand that that's you, and you got to understand that that's your family line, right?
Thank you.
So
Damien's demons, all the same.
Mhm.
it's not nothing outside of you.
Nothing is ever outside of you.
If you embody every fucking thing,
Thank you.
where you choose to see separation is where your fucking work is.
Thank
Or it's where your
Talk to her.
fucking or it's where your indoctrination is. So let me take that a little step further because I don't want nobody to have a limited mindset. When we talk about, like, it sounds good to say, Oh, we go back 7 on this side and 7 on that side. That is so fucking limiting. White people don't even do that shit. When you go back 10 fucking generations, you got 4,096 ancestors. When you
Right.
go back 40 generations, understand what 40 means, understand why Jesus wandered in the desert for 40
For
days and was
40 days,
tempted by
40
Satan.
nights.
Understand why Moses and Jesus have the same story, because Moses wandered in the desert for 40 fucking years until the first generation died off. Understand what that represents. It's talking about 1 trillion ancestors.
Right.
40 generation is 1 trillion ancestors. So to
I
say
do not know
7,
who.
when we say 7 going back, what it's really talking about is your 7 major chakras.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the chakras, you notice they got petals on them, right? The root chakra has 4. The sacral has 10. So on 16, 12. The first 5 equal 48. You'll notice that the throat chakra only has 2. So you times it and you get 90. You get 96, right? Then you add that 48 and you get 144. Then the 1,000-petal lotus, Amini Padme Om, the crown, that's 1,000-petal lotus, right? 144 times 1,000 gives you what? You bringing up your own ass with the motherfuckers you already chose to incarnate through. You know what I'm saying? So I want people to have a clear understanding of that. This is why form denotes function. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck how strong or how weak you think your physical vessel is.
Mm, mm, mm.
Yeah. Because that's what the constable explained to me. He said, Michael. I said, what? He said, I get it now. The 144, it's not like we've been taught just 144. It's the 144 special light beings in your bloodline. I said, that I resonate with that. I resonate with that, Pop. I resonate with that.
Mental, I can't hear
You
you.
muted. You muted.
I'm mute, Mental.
More energy can't be part of us if we ain't a part of all things. Everything is a part of us. Every good, every bad, every generation. When we're living right now, like my brother just said, I'm not quite sure who he was that said it. I'm sorry, bro. It ain't 7 generations, it ain't 100 generations. All energy. We're part of the infinite and eternal. There is no ceiling.
Take it a step further and make it serve you. It's not all a part of us. It is us. It ain't
It
no
is us.
it ain't no separation. So
Fact.
again, where we choose to see it, like if the sky is so grand, no, motherfucker, that's me.
That's you. You
You see
look
what I'm
out into
saying?
space.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yes.
there is no separation. So if we have a natural aversion to something, like, oh, I don't really fuck with this, or I don't really fuck with that. Well, that's what we actually need to explore, because that's where the work is. Why aren't you drawn to that part of yourself? You see what
Ooh,
I'm
if you
saying?
don't sound like Jazzy,
But
we talk
sometimes,
about that all the time.
yeah, go ahead. I'll let you go. Go ahead, Mental.
I was gonna say what we don't like. We always used to say when we see things that we don't like in other people, we used to say we reflect that as something that we don't like within
Like about
ourselves.
ourselves.
That's why we don't like it, and it's giving us this emotional feeling.
Unease. Hmm.
It
And
has
that's
nothing to
also
do with the
too.
other person.
Everyday Goddess. That's how we talked about it too last night. That's how the narcissists work too. Like we just reflect back to them something they don't see in themselves that they don't like or feel like they can't obtain. So it's the same type of energy.
Yep. And it's really, really deep when it comes from your mama.
Yeah, it is. The programming. You got to
Well,
really break through the programming.
But
you are.
look at where you are today.
What's that?
Uh-oh.
Look at where you are today.
I do that every morning. It's like, well,
Because
I am
because of the
not where I'm going
programming.
to. Yeah.
Even
Mhm.
with the programming, look at where you are today.
Yep. But that's why, with that whole thing with being called the black sheep is because I broke the programming
Yeah.
and then I mended the curses And then that made me even more of a black sheep. I'm transparent now because I couldn't get no blacker because I've absorbed all of that and just said,
Well,
fuck it, I'm gonna do it my way because the way y'all did it. Oh wait, y'all didn't do it. Y'all just walked away or conformed, and I didn't do that. So that's why it's like, well, you crazy.
I
All
just
right,
seen a,
crazy
I
like
just,
a fox.
I
all
just
right.
seen a, I just seen a
And working
meme.
with Jen.
I just seen a
They were
meme.
mine though. I'm telling you, they
They
were
me, right?
mine.
They my gen. I'm working with myself.
And I figured, listen, we had a hurricane in Florida, and they were like, "It's
I was
good."
here.
And I said, "Nah, I made me all my entities, and I said, let's go." And I knew that there was a tree that could fall down. I was like, "Listen, you're not gonna fall on my babies. We're not gonna fall on my house.
You know what you
You
did? You
can go."
spoke to it.
Yes, I did. And that every time the wind howled, I was like, all right, oh yeah, since you stood up for me,
I thought
let's
I
do
was the
this.
only one to do that. I'll sit out
No,
on my back porch and
yes.
watch these winds come through and talk to the spirits like,
Talking.
hey, what's up, brother? What's going
That's
on?
what
You
you do.
what's
And
coming on over here? What you
Yeah,
doing over
but for
here?
you in
Howling
Tampa,
and
so you
blowing
must
and
have
shit.
got a lot of the bad weather. How is it for you in Tampa? You got power and everything. I'm seeing
I'm
people with
good.
no power.
I'm good.
oh,
It didn't hit
oh,
Tampa.
yeah, it
Mm.
went
It went
crazy
up
because
towards Tallahassee and Georgia, and it
Yeah,
hit
we
them
got
bad.
it up here.
Yeah, it hit
but
I
y'all
got
bad.
limbs down and everything. It's all
Atlanta,
kind of trash on
yeah.
the port.
you did, but we got a little bit of wind and some rain,
Wind and
but
Hmm.
rain.
really,
Yeah.
people in other parts of Atlanta had their lights go out, but we didn't. And usually, if the wind blew too hard or if somebody coughed, our lights go out.
Power goes
Now
out.
you know our ancestors are in that power, that force of the tornado, the hurricane.
Mhm.
That's us.
Mhm.
Don't get it twisted. Once again, like my brother said, that's all part of us.
It
If it
is
comes too close to Tampa, I will say, hey, brothers, don't hit my goddamn house. Blow that shit the other way.
Mhm. Mhm.
I
Well,
said it
not
this time. I ain't get
Hey,
nothing. I was like, hey, bro,
so
that
what are
shit the
you
other
do?
way, bro.
What are you doing though? You speaking
Speaking the
word.
word. But I know. So I
Oh,
try not, like a lot of people want to speak to it. I try not to speak the word. I'm gonna be honest with you, because there's an effect. I'm an accountable. I know what I can do. So I try to just let the plan go as it is, bro. If I ain't got to fuck with nothing, I ain't fucking with shit.
but you still spoke the word. You said, "Hey, brothers."
Hold on, Jazzy. Talk to me, legend. I feel
Yo,
you hear what I'm talking about.
yo, y'all remember Bobby told that story about how it was cold in Atlanta and the black people started wishing and hoping, and the white people were scared because they
Starts
like,
wishing that the heat would come
right,
so the
right,
winter wouldn't come in.
right.
I know what you're saying. Go
So,
ahead.
so right here in Newark, New Jersey, I guess we're getting an overflux of the immigrants. So they stand up, bro. It's like every day it's growing for the past 6 weeks. So my mother said, it's unusually warm in September. And I thought about it. I said, we might have an easy summer. She said, easy winter. She said, what do you mean? I told Jag, I told Ward, I said, I know if them motherfucking immigrants start wishing and hoping and praying that it don't
Yeah.
fucking snow, guess what? It ain't. And I said, now we're gonna do. I told Jag, add this to your ritual, and we're gonna keep it warm in this little area of fucking Jersey. So far, so good. So far, so good.
You know
If
what?
they
I
didn't
have
put
something
the
to say about that.
chemtrails down, it'd be all summer. My
I had
bad,
a
Miss Visa.
I had a lecture, two lectures up in in Brooklyn with Panic. Both of them was with Brother Rich. Every time we had to go out there, it was in the winter. I told Panic, I said, look, I'm in Florida, I'm coming up there. I'm telling you, it's not
Get
gonna
your
be
flip
cold.
flops.
Panic, come to the house and get my North Face first because you're gonna need that motherfucker. We get up there, it's hot as fuck. I said, I told you. I said, I didn't need a coat or nothing. It was hot.
The last
We
two
up in
winters been hot up here though.
Jamaica,
So
Queens, eating pizza with tank tops on and shit in October. So when we came back the second time, I said, look, I'm telling you, I hate it with a passion. I hate cold. I said, listen, I'm coming back. It's not gonna be cold. And then we needed a light jacket. It wasn't freezing. It's the same type of cold I had in Florida. I took that. I say, I'm telling you, he's my bitch. You think you all that?
Ain't it a beautiful thing when
Legend, the last
when
two
you
one has been
recognize
good.
your power? Ain't that
Yes,
something when you can recognize who you are and the power that you got and the words that you
definitely.
can say that can manifest and change shit? That's
Yes,
what everything.
yes.
This is why they don't want us talking about what we talking about right now. This is why they don't mind us killing each other. Because if we loved each other, oh my God, you know the power that would be unleashed within the black
Dude,
community if we
Talking about
actually cared for each other.
they actually the Legend channel just got shut down on YouTube, so that's not up. And he's on what's the name of it now? The one
Rumble,
you're on now?
Rumble,
You're on
Rumble.
Rumble now, and I posted it in the group. Or did you repost it? Then see
Yeah, I
his
did.
videos.
Hmm.
So
And
I
I
think you're
wasn't
gonna go
talking
back
about shit.
eventually. We
I
said get
wasn't
your shit
talking
back
about
up.
shit. I was talking fancied up, regurgitate. I wasn't giving out no books, no nothing. I got up to like 76 subscribers because I ain't really want to do it. Like I like Jazz. I didn't get into it for that. He like, man, you got to start a cash app. Look, my ancestors already told me they got me, bro. I got a 6-figure Camp Lejeune check coming. I got my military composite. I'm weeks, day, who knows? The letter is coming any day now because I manifested that. Once I don't have to worry about where the fuck the next dollar is coming from. Oh man,
I
I'm getting into.
am.
I mean, I am getting into
But
anime, all
if
that
you
shit,
think
y'all.
about it, Legend, did you ever really have to worry about where the
About
next
where it's
dollar was
coming.
coming from? Think about it. Just think about it.
Like Panic said, once you put your spiritual cue before your humanity cue, you get all of that shit by default, bro.
By default.
By default, you look up in the mail,
That's the least the spirit is gonna do for you.
checks come like this check. What the fuck is rebate? What? I don't even question that shit. I don't even question it no more. You almost expect like that's it. That's all. That's
That's what I was saying earlier. That's what I was saying earlier. It's just like once you go ahead and you get your mind where the distractions and everything and you focus on where you are, things just happen naturally. You don't even be looking and asking for stuff. And then
And
it
it
just
comes to
falling
you.
in.
Miss
Right.
Visa, one quick thing. This is what I was talking about before. I want us to have one of these large sessions where all of us can talk, not just one or two people, all of
Yeah,
us
yeah,
can
yeah. I
actually.
told you. I remember, and it's in the
Remember, I
making.
was
I haven't
saying
forgotten.
that?
Yeah, I haven't forgotten. It's in the making. I'm doing
Hey,
things according to the
because
flow.
what
I'm
one
getting.
hey,
Yeah,
when one or more is gathered, what?
I am
they're
there
gonna show
also.
up. They're gonna show up. Yeah, but I
Spirit is
haven't
there
forgotten this.
also.
I said I was getting everything together, but I was getting my flow because July was me the first run. Then August I had my thing, and then now we're September. So it's coming together just how it's supposed to.
But watch what
This is
happens
just a
though.
presentation, actually, of what
But
it could
watch
be.
what happens. It ain't what it could be.
Yeah.
It is what it
It
is.
already
Yeah.
is.
No, but I'm saying for people to see, you know what I mean? For
Oh,
people to
you
see
Tenfold.
ain't
what
got to
it
worry
is.
about
Yeah.
that. It is
Yeah,
what it
for people to
is.
see. But this is a good first test run of it and get to me. Like I said, I believe I manifested this regardless. So, you know, it's
Wait,
part of the
hey,
manifesting
it's
to get.
not finished yet. Just wait and see. It's not finished yet.
I'm telling
Yeah,
y'all, I'm going to
that's
tell
the
you
flow
from
that
my
I've been
mouth,
in since
as
I
Jazzy would
took a step
say,
back, you know.
in the next 3 to 4 months, this shit is about to take a quantum leap. Shit is about to
Mhm.
happen that people like us are going to be sought after. Wait a minute. How do you know what's going on? Wait a minute. How do you know this? How do you know that? Watch what I'm telling you. Watch.
Yeah.
Every piece of work that every last one of you has done is going to pay off in fruition. The problem is there's always going to be someone that wants to buy your shit.
Don't
Don't get it
sell.
twisted.
Don't
Don't
sell.
get it
Yeah.
twisted now. We
Yeah.
ain't in the realm of, oh, it's all easy. We in the realm of darkness versus light. We at war.
Yeah. Yeah, we are.
Hey, you mind if I share something with you? Because you just really proved how fucking tapped in everybody really is, man.
Talk to me, my
Um,
brother. That's what I'm
Go
feeling the
ahead.
vibe before you even say it. Let me.
there's a independent black comic called Black, written and drawn by Kwanzaa Ojefor. Um, it's the premise is what if melanated people were the only people who got superpowers, right? Incredible comic, absolutely incredible. I'll Visa. I'll send you the PDFs.
Okay.
Um, somebody bought the movie rights to the comic book back in 2017. They bought them bitches just so they could put it on the fucking shelf.
Mm.
So,
Mm.
understand that, what Mental just said is exactly right. These people will always, because they always watching. You'd be surprised who the fuck is watching you. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
They will buy your shit just to put it on the shelf. I'm not gonna say the name. I got a really big interview coming up soon. I'm so honored to have that's gonna talk about this because I don't know how this person has done what they've done in the field that they're in to be able to talk about us at such a high capacity. But they will always try you. You know what I'm saying? As soon as you
Come in a
about to,
different way.
you know what I'm saying? It's like if anybody ever saw the movie Ricochet with
Yes,
Denzel Washington and
definitely. Uh-huh.
John Lithgow, it
Mm-hmm.
was
One of my favorite
it's
movies.
you know what I'm saying? Mine too. It's just like how he described it. These two entities meet, and then one takes off, and then one goes essentially down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's the trading places they attempt to do with us. They don't have no fucking power at all. We just give it over. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Facts.
you're right on with that.
Okay.
Yes, my bro.
Hey,
You
you
are
know
Never
what?
know
exactly
who's
Wait,
right.
watching.
Mental. Wait, before you even say anything, Mental, let me just tell him. Last night I was asleep because I fall asleep early now because after like when I go back, I'm gonna start going in at 3 instead of 4 or 5, right? So I go to bed early. Mental called me last night. I couldn't I heard him, but I really didn't hear him. But it's just what this brother just said just now has been offered to Mental about his book. You know what I'm saying? The same thing. Want to do so mental. Let this be a mental note of what you just heard, and follow the spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Are you there? Mental.
Right here.
You there?
Yeah, I'm
You
here.
heard? You heard what this dude just said
I
about
heard
they
it.
brought the books to go ahead and put on the shelf, and they're trying to
Well, what
strike the deal
happened,
with
y'all?
you and
He's not.
everything.
What happened was they offered to turn my book into a movie, so they wanted to buy
Mm-hmm.
it. But they also wanted me to do some strange shit, like put some money up front. And I'm like, my manuscript is the money. It is the movie.
Right.
So we
Yeah.
started haggling about stuff, and they were like, well, don't sell the rights to it before we can discuss this, that, and the other thing. And I was like, look, bro, we ain't got much to discuss.
Mm. Mm.
There's no
Mm.
way I'm going to put money up for my own movie about
Or
my
sell
book
your rights.
or
Or
sell
sell
my
your rights.
rights for my book. That's not going to happen.
So, like, say you never know who's watching. Hmm.
Well, it's more or less when they know you're doing something right. The manager of the book company that I'm doing my book from, one of the workers tinged him is like, yo, bro, you might want to look at this book, Cosmic Awareness. So when he looked at it, he was like, yo, hold on, let's see if we can do something with this dude. We need to get the rights to the book.
Mm.
And that I
Don't
was not
sell.
doing.
Don't sell.
Yeah.
We talked
That
about that
that
earlier.
that
Don't
wasn't gonna
sell.
happen because just like my brother just said, they'll buy the rights to your shit and you'll never see it again.
Straight
Right.
up. You
You'll
know what I'm
never see it
saying?
again.
If anybody remembers the movie, The Spook Who Sat by the Door, The Spook Who Sat
Yes,
by the
I heard
Door
of it. I
came
don't remember watching it. The spook who sat by the door. Mm-hmm.
Still
classic,
on YouTube.
classic. You know what I'm saying? Thankfully on YouTube because that movie came out in the summer of 1973, and it was in the theater for 2 weeks. It made such a hurt. They took it out of the theater right away. They gave Sam Greenlee a check, told him shut up, and then they burned every single copy of the film except for one. took that, changed the name, and locked it up in a fucking vault for 35 years until 2005, 2006. So it's on YouTube, and when it came on YouTube, it was free, just like it is now. And people, some people knew what it was, and some people could appreciate it. But because YouTube has turned into such a free for all, a lot of people don't know the history, and they don't know what's actually there. So like we there's no need for that. Even that spiritually conveys a lot. But in this day and age, there's no reason to allow that. You know what I'm saying? I would never tell you to take any deal, but if motherfuckers ain't coming correct off rip, you already know it's some bullshit. But I see that as a spiritual implication to the power of your own shit, but you already know that.
Facts. Well, you got to remember, this ain't my first book either.
Right.
So I already know the landscape, and I can hear my spirit. I'm spiritually led and spiritually fed, so my spirit is talking to me while he talking. Yeah, he's lying. Yeah, no. What we gonna do is listen to him and just politely decline. Okay, we ain't gonna get mad. We ain't gonna get in our emotions. We gonna listen to what he said and politely decline. Finish editing and publishing my book. Put it on audio, ebook, all that. Do what I want you to do, what I got you to do, for. I don't need none of that else. Everything else, you're doing too much. Okay, and your dollars and cents ain't adding up. See, I always talk to them about dollars and cents. They just think they can run over us nowadays. And my old saying, I swear to you, I've been saying this since I was 20-something years old. You can get some of the people some of the time, but you can't get all the people all the time. Meaning, you going to come with that right one that's going to show you, no, bro, you done went up the wrong tree. I'm not the one. And that goes for all of us that try to do shit. I've seen it. I mean, I'm actually one that can actually walk with the spirit and see. Walking with the spirit is difficult because we can't see the future, but the spirit can. But the spirit is part of us. So what does that mean? What does that mean, Brother Legend?
Concert with it. We don't worship shit. At least I don't.
That means we can see the future too. We only got to vibe on that frequency. Remember, everything is mental. The mental is all. Within the mind, there's frequencies. Within those frequencies, there's conscious states. Our ability to love determines what conscious state we're on. Because love is awareness. Love is consciousness.
You can see, I can see.
Love is power. Because think about it. This is what I tell you right now. Do you love your mom, Brother Legend?
I'm a slave to it.
Okay. Think of if you loved your mom and you love everybody else with that same intensity of love. Who can make you mad? Who can get on your nerves?
It's sweat on a gnat's dick. Pause.
Thank you. Thank you.
No
So
Diddy.
I'm just trying to demonstrate on a small scale how powerful. If you love everyone like you loved your mom, you would never be mad with anyone. In fact, you'd be the most humble, serving person on this goddamn earth. That's the power of love. And we like to call that, me and Jazzy, capital L love. Capital L love. Love with nothing in return. I love because I can.
We all can.
Shit.
I love because I can. I love because I am.
Because I am. Everything runs. The universe runs off of love radiation. It's a conscious power, a love radiation. It's a consciousness. That's why the war will not be televised, because it's a consciousness that's going to sweep over us.
That's what I was saying earlier, is that if we tune in and we get the detachments and become one with self, we'll all be united spiritually anyways.
All of us are seeing the same thing,
Because you
thinking
know,
the
because
same
you know
thing.
why? Because the whole thing is truth is truth.
Everyday Goddess, I think you brought this up about panic. He said when things really changed for him and Bobby had been talking to him, he said when he fell in love. When he fell in love with Khadijah and he actually gave himself into love, then it went up for him 10,000, tenfold.
Yeah,
Huh?
after watching him, it was in the beginning, and I mean, anybody come on and say something, and he like cussed them out, and I was like, damn, he just has zero tolerance for anything. He was
Well,
like,
that's why because I had
and
uncles and first cousins just like him, bro.
when he
Cut
met
your ass,
Khadijah,
had you
he
wanting to fight, had your
he
ass wanting to
went
fight.
out. He had some sort of I can actually, you know, take you not being on the same level or you not doing your work. It was now his, okay, how should I put it? He got softer in his delivery, but his message was still the
Still
same.
the same. I got you.
See, she knew him long before I did. He dated her best friend. She knew Panic way back in the day, before, like way back in the day.
Oh, okay.
So you knew how you like that was like what 2007 you said?
Yeah, I think I came on the scene to Panic was about 2007. Yeah. Because he was dating a girl that I called my sister, who was like a sister to me, but she really wasn't. Um and the thing was I didn't know anything about him, but because she was right next to him, she was like, "Yeah, he does this stuff," and I started listening to him, and I was like, "Wow, this dude will come at your neck. I'm gonna not fuck with him." He would always say, "Do not follow me. Like, like don't idolize me and don't ask me no damn questions." Like he really, I remember him saying it was like blog talk days, like way before Miss Blue days, like way back. And he used to always say, figure that shit out. Niggas, do your work. So I never bothered him. And when I finally did come around, I was like, dude, you were just like my dad. My dad would be like, come up with plan A through E or A through F. And then if you get to F, don't ask me for no help. It was just like, you got me, but you don't got me because I need you to make sure that you know. Like he never said I know, but he was like, just go ahead and keep trying until you figure it out. So that's how I came up. And watching Panic, he reminded me a lot of my pops. And when that love thing came in, it was like, I'm noticing a difference. And then when that mama thing came in, I was like, he gonna check out because that's exactly what my dad did. My dad was holding on because he was angry or he felt guilt or he had this pain in his heart. I was like, good. And that's the same thing my dad did. He healed it, went to sleep, and that was it.
Yeah, because my pops passed away January 21st, 2022. Fourth stage lung cancer. He didn't want no therapy. He didn't even tell us. Well, by the time we found out, we only had 5 days with him. And to piggyback off what you said, I just always had a good intuitive about, maybe because of my background was medicine. He was in the bed. He was finished. He was like 90 pounds and he was just tapping.
Wow.
And he was he was saying something, but nobody could understand. They said, go get Michael. I was in the basement where I am now. I went upstairs. He said, and I said, man, my brain just started working. I said, what you say? He said, I said, you want your hat? I said, oh, Grandma Hattie. That's his mother.
Oh.
So I ran downstairs in the basement, got the picture because he had a picture of my grandmother hanging on this wall right here, along with fucking JFK, Kennedy, and MLK. Everybody got that old ass picture in their house. But yeah, I took it upstairs and I hung it on the wall, and he just was like, I was like, he about to be out of here. 3 hours later, he was gone. Yeah. So asking for mama, it's over with.
My because I was telling everybody last night that I didn't know
Mm.
my family. So everything that I had learned came from spirit. Um, because my parents, you know, they trauma bonded and they were like, we ain't putting our kids through that. And so I didn't know my family, but I wanted to know them. So when my dad transitioned, um, a woman came, she said, my name is Amatekura. And I'm like, okay. So I'm thinking it's his grandmother. And then come to find out after I started doing some digging, it was his great grandmother, the woman that he lived with his parents, with my grandparents when he was born. So she came and got him after he transitioned because she told me, she said, don't worry about him, I got him. And I was like, oh shit, you know, like, and I'm new to this whole spiritual thing and hearing and listening, and I'm thinking, am I doing it right? Did I really hear him? But that man literally told me as I'm calling him on the phone when he was in his bed because he passed away at home sleeping. He was like, Devin, I've got the phone right next to me, but I'm not gonna answer. And I'm like, you died on me? Are you serious? Like, I told you he was 1,000 years old, but damn, you could have gave me a warning. And he was sick, and he didn't tell nobody but my aunt. And he told her, I'm gonna give you all the information. I'm gonna put you down as my contact because Devin, you know, I don't deserve that. He just said she don't deserve that. So he had somebody in place, and when I had to go take care of all of his final affairs, the money just showed up. It was like, broop, you know, everything fell into place. And I was like, well, damn, you know, I didn't even know he was giving me the hints, but I paid attention because I always listened, and I had the passwords to everything so I could file his unemployment and get whatever money
That's
I
what's up.
needed and
Oh, make
everything.
a lot of noise. Make a lot of noise, man. I keep telling you, talk, let it go open and close the door, man.
And talk that shit. I like that shit. That shit's sexy as hell, right?
I told you. I told you she going to. I told
Talk
you.
that shit, yo.
It'll definitely come out. So I get it.
That's funny because when my dad died, he was like, oh, somebody give me my pants. He was in the hospital bed, you know, sick in the hospital bed, and he just came up from sleep like, somebody give me my pants. They're like, whoa, what's going on? Oh, I'm about to go. And he said he could see his mom, grandma, great grandfather waiting on him. Like, give me my pants. I'm about to head out of here. And of course, he died a few minutes later.
Ooh, not minutes. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
no, minutes. Yeah, it was literally minutes. Oh, I'm about to be out, bro.
And I don't want to be naked.
And I don't want to be naked. Ain't that something?
Because it was his human self, so I need to be decent. Hey,
Word.
man, I told you when I was telling you Barone Samdi handed got me them twins because I did that ritual and I was
We talked about
working.
that too. Yep.
Yeah, that
She's
was that
messing
was
around with
fire.
Baron, asking Baron for shit and got to help her.
Damn it.
Gave her
You
twins.
want
Oh
You
wow.
know you gotta be precise when you do these rituals and you do these magic. You gotta be very precise of what you
Okay.
want.
Precisely. I thought I don't want anymore. And they kept coming and I kept sending them back. And it was like, you do know that the more you send them back, the more you send us back, the more we're going to come. And I'm like, so when it happened, I tried to send them back. And then I go and have the ultrasound, and they're like, "Oh, it's twins." And I was like, "Bitch, you lying? Why? Why would you do that to me?" I had an ultrasound, and it was just one, but the other one was hiding behind there. So, how can I help you? Close the door. Close the door. Close the door. Thank you. Appreciate it. See what I meant about children? Okay. So I was just blown away, but see, I understood, like I told you, I didn't know my family, but I knew a little bit about them. So my dad's side of the family, he was the oldest boy. But my grandmother, his mother had 4 sets of twins, and nobody else had a twin. And when I was 16, my dad said, you know what? You got the bill to have some twins. And I'm like, fuck you. I don't want to have children at all. And my dad is already gone by the time my twins come. And I'm like, y'all motherfuckers are laughing at me because I said I ain't want no damn children, and all y'all want to come through me. And when I call my aunt, the only one that I talk to in my family, I'm crying on the phone, and I'm like, I don't understand, but I'm pregnant. And she's like, oh, okay. And I was like, and it's twins, and she lost it. You're the one, and I'm like, why do I have to be the one to have to take care of all these people? I don't understand. And so I have
What's the lesson?
huh?
What's the lesson?
Oh, the lesson is this is part of me, and what I've been learning is I'm the one who was the one to come in and break all that shit that nobody took the time to deal with. Everybody else in my family just conformed or carried my dad's side of the family carried all of the trauma, all of the guilt and everything. And I'm like, nah, we just gonna rock this out. My dad went through something and we were estranged for a minute. And I went through down the line. I'm like, I called his people. I was like, you heard from my dad? No, we haven't found him. Oh, fuck, I'm gonna find him myself. And I went through the World Wide Web and found him, called him at his job. And I'm like, bruh, where the fuck you been? And he's like, girl, like, I've been waiting for you, and it was doing that kind of stuff because he felt like my mother interceded that whole thing. He felt like nobody needed him, so he went on to do his thing. And I was like, no, I need my daddy because my washing machine ain't working, and fuck, I know you would understand how to do it, And then he's like, okay. And I'm like, oh, by the way, you're a grandfather, you got 2 grandkids. He's like, oh, you serious? And he was only with me for about 5 years after that, and then he transitioned because I told him, you old, go, you already 1,000 years. So you already lived past. You said you wanted to not be here past 45. You're 50. I think you read your expiration date. Go ahead and do your thing. Since you already
Wow,
told me,
50?
Hmm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
50, 50? That's young.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Well, his dad died at 45, and
You
so
sound like a man after my own heart. I feel you, my brother. I'm a kindred spirit. Unfortunately,
yeah.
I feel like I gotta live longer. I don't know why, but
Yeah, mental, they told me the same shit. I'm
Yeah.
like, nah, I'm getting all these
Hey,
readings. I'm like, nah, fucking water. Then
yeah,
I picked up a Bruja from Haiti.
Oh
Took her to
shit.
took her to Newark Penn Station. She got in. She seen my Orisha beads hanging. This was during COVID. I had all the fucking sigils that Dame had on his website. I put Palo Santos and I was drawing them shits in my ceiling for protection. Cause my main thing was I'm trying to take your mind off of the fear of what the fuck everybody else is. And when you got in my car, you forgot about COVID. You was looking up in the ceiling like, what the fuck Uber driver did I get? But that was my way. My father always taught me how to use cheap psych on the motherfucker. So that was my way of calming my passengers down. But long story short, the Haitian got in, she was like, oh, you practice? I was like, yeah. Cause I be trying to downplay that shit. You know what I'm saying?
humble.
My father used to always teach me and my sister, you have to treat everyone as if they're insane until they show you difference. Panic, everybody used to say, I could tell where the level of consciousness where you are, as long as I just be quiet and sit and let you talk. You're gonna tell
That
me how far you are in this. So this bitch gonna be like, yeah, you're gonna live a long life. I'm like, God. Then she, cause you get readings and they be some mundane shit. Then the bitch said, I see you in Bilbo Ross and Timberlands and a straw hat in North Carolina. How the fuck this bitch know I got 18 acres in North Carolina, air property that I do plan on go back down to, cause I be telling what I don't want to be out here on these fucking on these platforms talking this shit. I'd rather do it like on a farm setting, like some yoga, like you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah,
that.
what you want?
Cause
Mm-hmm.
I'm a really introvert, but I feel so comfortable with this group and my other people's, and I'm like I'm good. I don't need no more new friends. I'm good. I'm
hey,
good.
that's the thing. You know what?
I'm
That's the one
good,
thing about
dude.
life. That's the one thing that happened to me. It was just like, at first I was just like, man, everybody gonna look at me different, talk to me different. But then, boom, it's just like I was always guided on my walk, and then it's always somebody there that's just like this. Just how I'm feeling right now, it's always that person. You know what I'm saying? I looked around and I was like, I'm never alone. So when I hear people say that, like especially a lot of people when they first come in and stuff, they's like, man, I'm lonely or this or that, and I'm like, really never alone. Is it all you gotta do
Yeah.
is just take a couple more steps, and it's always so bad. And then a lot of times you don't even recognize or realize where they even come from. They just there.
Oh, I
That's
see
what I'm.
Yogi just came in from last night.
Yeah, I saw Yogi come
Yeah,
in just
Yogi just
now.
popped in. Word.
You know
That
what? When a mental asks you, everyday guidance, when he asked you what was the lesson, you know what my response would have been? Not to ask Bear and Sandy for shit else.
Oh, you know what? Mars was and I was saying, careful what you ask for, careful what you pray
Careful
for.
what you ask for.
write
No,
down
What?
and
but
make it simple and
the
plain.
whole thing, I was actually trying to help somebody cross over, right?
Oh,
And so I came up with my own ritual where I was helping Okay, all right, I'm gonna give you the whole story. All right,
yes.
all right. So 2014 to be specific. I was just writing this down, so it must be meant for me to tell the story. Okay, in 2014, I decided, all right, I need to find out what love is like for me. What is this whole love thing? So I was fucking with Green Tara and I was working with Kuan Yin and doing a ritual with the salt and the sugar and taking my baths and my showers in the dark and doing all that stuff, just getting to know me, because I'm doing a dark shower to try to anything I'm scared of. Well, shit, it's
I
just
get
me. So
that.
if you gonna fuck me up, we gonna fuck each other up together, and we gonna both drown. Like that kind of shit. So I'm doing all that, and I'm doing this heavy work, and then one day I'm in the shower, and I hear this voice, and it says, "Yo, you really need to check out my brother." And I'm like, "All right," because I've had so many spirits come in. Like my cousin who was murdered stayed with me for about 4 years because he needed to know somebody cared about him. And so we welcomed him in and we raised him up and he went on to be with T.I. and them. Like he did his thing. So okay. So I'm minding my business in the shower. You need to check out my brother. And I'm like, all right, whatever. Well, you gonna have to show me who your brother is. I don't know what the fuck you talking about. And then as time goes on, I'm watching, the BET Awards, and this young boy from New Orleans comes up there, he crying, thanking people, and I'm like, he's like really in touch with his divine feminine because most men ain't trying to cry. This one was boo-hooing. And I'm like, who the fuck is this dude? So then his name kept coming up. I look him up and find out his brother was murdered.
Mm.
This the nigga that's in my damn bathroom. So I was like, oh, you want me to work with you? Well, I think it was this conversation where you got those spirits that's like, eh. So I said, well, you got to come to me for real on my territory. When I go into my zone, you need to show up. If you don't show up, I'm not fucking with you. Well, he showed up and he brought his fucking brother. So I'm like, oh God, you really do want me to work with you, huh? Okay. So as time goes on, I'm watching this dude. By the way, the guy is a singer. He was the one who got in an entanglement with Jada Pinkett. Y'all remember? Did y'all know about that
Yes,
one?
August.
August, I've seen it. Yes,
You
that's
know.
true. So
Oh,
anyway,
he just came out as gay too.
hmm? Which is
He was
He
he
just
was turned out during that time by Will. Yeah.
yeah, that shit's
yes.
crazy.
Yeah.
So I was working through that with him and his brother kept coming through and he came to me and he was like, look, I'm really trying to have, I don't want my daughters to forget me. So we were working with that, just I'm like, listen, you just need to be there, like around there. And then I was noticing that his brother, August, would cry every year when it came around the anniversary of his death. And
Yeah, he did not let the boy go.
he would
Mhm.
come to me, his brother would come to me and be like, yo, you need to get with this nigga and tell him to stop crying over me because the reason why I'm gone is why he in the position he in. I was like, how the fuck am I supposed to get to this boy? He done made it to this major status. He ain't trying to hear it. Because I had people, because I grew up in New Orleans too. And I'm like, well, they're telling me you ain't trying to hear, his brother ain't trying to hear that. So I guess we ain't on the same frequency. Okay, so you fast forward or whatever, his brother has already been gone since 2010. The his brother was fiance. They had 3 girls. she ended up getting cancer. And I said, oh, yeah, she holding on. Cancer is a lack of oxygen in the body, and she had it in the ovarian area. I was like, oh, her sacral is totally blocked. She never moved on from him. She never dated again. She was just that broken over it. And then she beat cancer. Cancer came back. She ended up dying. And so I said, well, I'm going to link them back up because damn it, her boyfriend or her fiance been here. So let me link them back up. I did that. And then I become pregnant.
Oh,
So,
okay.
see what I'm saying? I was working with the energy. I linked them back up. I watched them walk off into, not the sunset, but their energies walked off together, and they, were finally joined up. And then the next thing I know, I'm pregnant.
Also, you're working with barren, death, and rebirth.
That was the rebirth.
Yeah. Yeah. I
Not the
don't know
one
why I found that shit hella funny. Girl, I would have, yeah, I would have hit the shits.
despite the fact that I was like, oh, I'm gonna end this. This is cool. And
Oh,
I
gosh.
see the miscarriage on the floor, and I'm like, yes, I did it. And then wondering, why are my breasts still tender? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, because it's two of them. And actually, it was three of them because only two of them were there. So I'm like, you know what? Y'all done really did a doozy on me. So when I come on there saying I'm tired, I'm fucking tired.
Girl, you know what though? The thing about it is, like you said, when you're working with those energies and you still requesting stuff from him, you asking stuff from him and working with him, that's death and transition. So you manifested that
Yeah,
in
so that's what
direct
Mental
way,
was saying. What
indirect
is the
way.
lesson?
Your ancestors or whatever say, hey, we're gonna come right on through, make this happen.
That's what Mental was saying. He's like, now what's the lesson?
Yeah,
I had to realize that I'm more powerful than I was giving myself any type of credit
credit
for.
for. Yeah.
Okay. So apparently I didn't listen to it because when my son came, or my sons came, something happened to where he was injured after 30 days, being 30 days old. And at the hospital, they were like, oh, this baby gonna die.
Hmm.
So I said, well, damn. Okay. Now, this is the one thing that my father, if you can have, because there's not even an English word for losing a child. You become, you can become an orphan if you lose a parent, or if you lose your significant other, you're a widow. But a child, there's no word for it. So he's just took it as that's how painful that is. So I thought, well, maybe I'm supposed to experience what he feared. All right, fine. Well, then, lo and behold, the day that they said, "Oh yeah, this baby, his brain is getting messed up," da 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 da, and my son, my number two son, was like, "Mom, you can cry. Go ahead and cry as much as you want to, but you got to get on your magic because it works." So pretty much, he told me I couldn't fucking just sit back and be like,
How
he
old
just.
was this? How old was the second son?
My son at the time was 12.
How old?
How old am I?
No, how
Little
old you
baby.
said?
Oh, I said 12. He was
Oh,
12.
12. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he was 12. And I was bringing them up because he was the one that could see the spirits. So he could, me and my clairs, I don't have it, but he clairvoyant. He could see the spirits. So the one when I was telling you, August brother, he could see him standing there and being there. When my cousin came, he could see my cousin and he could see things. And he was just like, Mom, your magic worked because I had them scrying. I told them out of regular school, they was homeschooled. We were doing all kinds of different magical things. And he was like, look, you got this. Just go ahead and do it. And
Mm,
that's what I ended up doing.
that's good. That's great. That's great. You know,
Yeah,
this is
it didn't work out the way I wanted it to because I feel like I've been stuck in this mood. Can't get any help. That's why I'm just like, "Ugh," so I'm listening. I'm listening. And maybe I've done, like I was saying, my spiritual bank is full. It's time for me to cash out. Like you were just saying, you need, I give you 3 days and you better come up with something. I never demanded. I never asked because I was still, like I think I was telling you, Visa, how my aunt sent me a pack of pictures and she was like, yeah, I would just want you to have some of these. And as soon as I saw one of them, it threw me right back into that day. And I'm
Mm.
like, I was 7. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's the little girl that's still whimpering, because the wounded child, I really bang heavily on that because with the people that I deal with, I be like, ooh, okay, who hurt your feelings in the 3rd grade? We need to go work that out. Well, my wounded child was, it's a lot of different things that happen. And the lesson is, I still got work to do. That's what most of the
We
lesson
all
is,
do.
I got work
We
to
all
do.
do. We all
Yeah.
do.
So
But I
I
see it different.
Mhm.
Yeah, I see a lot of the work that I remember, like talking to Panic about healing and stuff like that. And I remember I had my healing device, and I did a scan on him, and he was like, "Bitch, why you ain't been telling me about this?" I said, "I did tell you about it. You didn't listen." So finally, he's listened to me when we were talking about, it, and I scanned and I saw what his readings came up for him was. And I was reading it to him. I said, "Well, this is what you need to fix." He said, "Oh, fuck that. I can fix that now." I said, "But sometimes it takes." He said, "Who told you it take you 6 months or 6 weeks to do some shit? I can do this now." And so he said, "Start thinking about your healing and things you need to fix. It shouldn't take you 6 weeks to do that, you know?" And that's when really I started thinking about changing the way I see healing and progressing and also asking. Ask for anything. He said, "I'm God." That's why I say,
You
put that
come in,
recording of
speak.
yourself in the recording that I am God, I am a goddess, and listen to that shit all night. Put it on repeat. Do your loop
Me
and just
too.
listen to that. And it will impact your subconscious mind and put you in that that's what Jazz was talking about all night. If
Mhm.
you get into that place of knowing it through your rituals. I have a ritual when I go to work. When I'm talking to my clients, and I do it in my everyday practice. I get into work, I turn on my laptop. By 8:30, I'm fixing my coffee. And during that time, I'm in my spiritual mode. I have my cards that go everywhere with me, or I'm doing something during that time to connect with myself before I start my day. My first client is
That's what
until
I
nine
do.
o'clock.
Mhm.
So I would have my clients and say, "Hey, you got to establish." If I know I got clients that got issues, depression, whatever, I have them form a ritual. I don't care. I say, you get up in the morning, you fix your coffee, you sit down. I don't care if it's 10, 15 minutes, you sit down and you make that time to connect with yourself, just you. Nobody else. I don't care if you go sit on the porch, go sit outside on the swing, go walk, take 3 laps. I even had a client that would just walk around the house, go outside and walk around the house just to get, but make sure it's something that we're going to do a ritual, but it have to be something that made you feel good, something that you was interested in, just something, don't just do something, throw it together and just feel like a chore.
Yeah,
It can't feel
yeah,
like a
you
chore.
gotta,
You got
yeah.
to feel like something that you enjoy, that you feel like is
Mhm.
giving you something,
I
right?
get it. I get it.
And
And
so,
my whole situation with my son being as I guess
and
sensitive
then
as put it. And I
and
was
you're
the
a
only
full-time caregiver for him as well, so that takes a toll on you, you
and I'm
know.
the only one
And I
in here.
understand that. I understand that a lot. But we gonna. I got you. I got you.
I got
And
you.
you
You
Yeah,
got
had
yeah.
it.
me. You had me. You
And you
had me,
got
and I
it.
got you.
What's
And you
that?
got it. And you got it.
I
Yeah.
got but you know
What
what I
happened?
had to do that ritual? Let me tell you. You know how the first thing you do when you get up is go to the bathroom. So I figured, all right, if I can just get those 15 minutes by myself, I'm going to make sure that I take all of the vitamins that I have not been giving myself throughout the day because, of course, my health went to shit because I'm caring for him and I didn't care for me. So that's why it's the nightly ritual. So in the morning, it's like it's the ritual of the day. And I'm like, I know it's in the bathroom, and they say, "Oh, don't do anything in the bathroom." But shit, I dictate this. This is what it's going to be right now because as soon as I go downstairs,
Hey, you
I'm
know
not.
what? You do wherever you feel is
Yeah.
comfortable for you.
Have to
You,
because
you
there's
know what
no
I'm
other way.
saying? People be going ahead and say, "Oh, you can't do this. You can't." Why can't I? I can do whatever I want to do.
Yeah. And that's where it was it you talking? See, I didn't listen to a lot of people and I was listening to Legends. he had something that Visa sent me, and I was listening to that too. It's when there's a ceiling, I move on, and
Talking about the cipher
yeah,
legend.
yeah. Okay. When there's a ceiling, I move on. Oh, legend! You like my kindred spirit because you know what? I'm a Cancer, and you're a Libra. I think you said.
And
And
my dad is my buddy, my pal was a Cancer.
right,
And
but
nigga
I'm a.
cry. He cry for when he hurt, and he cry while he fighting. He always crying.
Hush. But
We call them waterheads.
I can feel all the. Well, see, my top three are all water, so I got every aspect of it. I can feel it. I can see through you, and I can come at your neck. And sometimes it's all at the same time. But I was like, ooh, yeah, legend. I know why you made that comment last night because I'm a Cancer. Yeah, I got you. Um, I understand. But just and knowing all of that, the lesson for me is just trying to balance everything, just balancing it and trying because I'm not scared to try something.
When
I
I gotta share something with y'all that I haven't even shared with anybody. Nope, not even Water.
well,
I
what
gotta go back. I gotta. Yeah, my friend Water. I can't
He's
go
a
back.
Cancer too. Go ahead.
Yeah, I lost the Cancer and gained the Cancer. See how that shit
Uh-huh.
works? But
Mm-hmm.
I gotta go back and listen to that. I have not listened to that shit yet.
I
What
don't
the cipher?
No,
You
I
should.
first of all, I hate my voice. I hate it.
Don't start with that. Don't start with
No, for
that.
real.
Don't
Right.
start with that.
And
Hey,
and
we
now I
love
get
ourselves. You
and
love
now
everything
I
about
get the
yourself.
whole thing. You know how Denzel and them be like, oh, I never go back and watch my movies. I could never understand. Now I see that shit now. Like
Yeah, yeah.
because I was heavy in spirits that day. That was my father's birthday. That was his
Oh, I didn't
return
know
day.
that.
That's why I chose that day. Cause so
Okay.
he came all the way through because I've never been as witty as until he passed on. That's why I know when they say your ancestors go in you, that shit is some real shit. And that's how I really start tapping into him. I start wearing his clothes, his socks, his boots, and bro, it just took my shit to a whole nother level.
It's
Yeah.
crazy
Mm,
when somebody transitions how their energy works. Because my dad transitioned, and I felt me absorbing that energy. But my number two that I told you that said you can cry, but you got to get on your magic. Oh, that's him all day. Like
Yeah.
he
mm,
the master baker, and he's like super. Like we go back and forth like with jokes and stuff, the same stuff that my dad does. And then it came to me, it was like you do realize that everybody that you like in your family with, the people that you're close to, they were in your family to some degree. So I realized my son was my dad, and that's why he's my acting like my dad now. And then my dad was really my brother because he was my homie. I was just right hand man, and my mother was my stepsister. It just
Wow.
started,
Yeah,
and I'm like,
mm.
that's what I've been going through too. I just found out which reincarnated family member that chose to come back through me. His name
right,
was Joe. His name was Joe. Joseph.
Mm,
He was
mm,
smart. He was smart. He didn't have to study. I was smart, didn't have to study. White
mm,
people loved and trusted him. White people loved and trusted me. He had a
mm.
pornography addiction. I have a pornography addiction.
he said currently, okay. I mean, hey,
Yeah, so we all fighting our demons.
one
Mm,
That's
mm,
what I was. That's what we was talking about earlier, about the
mm-hmm.
sugars and everything about the addictions and those frequencies and like everybody got something that trails them into one of those five things, and it's just that the detachment part is the part that is how we grow. You're
right.
coming back the other way once you start to detach, you start coming back to self. And so that's a very any type of addiction. It don't matter what it is, bro.
Yeah,
It's tough. And that's why people be like, oh, all she do is smoke cigarettes. I'm like, you just don't understand addiction. You know what I'm saying? Addiction is the same from somebody that have a hormonal problem, from somebody drinking, a gambling problem, smoking. Addiction is addiction. And there's no one that's greater than the next. You know what I'm
it is.
saying?
Yep.
And
Addiction
that
is
and that
addiction.
is, I mean, you can whatever you addicted to, that's your poison. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, if you don't go ahead and get a hold of it, that's what that becomes your own demise. So our thing is to start to go ahead and become that oneness with ourselves. And I get what you're saying, bro, because like I was saying, what happened with me, those was things, and then it was till you get to a point where it's just like a dead wall where you just like, look, if I don't change, then something
He
has to change.
changes, nothing
It's either,
changes. Yeah.
yeah, something has to change, either
That's
me or, you know what I'm saying, or
Mhm.
things will change. And the saddest part is when we don't make the change, when we don't go ahead and make the choice, because then what happens on the other side? The other side, that veil, choice is being made for you. We don't want that. You know what I'm saying? When we can go ahead and make choices and attempt to make choices on our own that will change our lives. The thing is, you don't want the other side of the veil to go ahead and say, nigga, you still fucking around? Boom. This is what's
Well,
gonna
I
happen.
fucked around and I really literally fucked around.
Found
And
out.
I was like, if I would have just got up, damn. But I mean, oh well.
Fucked around and fucked around and
I
found out.
fucked
Yeah.
around and
I fucked around.
Got them babies. Yeah.
Join the
And
club.
like Mental said, I think Mental or Jazz just said you got to be very intent in what your ritual. So next time you want to hook somebody up, you got to and make sure I don't get fucking pregnant. You got to add that
Yeah.
clause in there. Put that.
Facts.
well, I
That-
stopped, but see, no, my whole thing was to not get pregnant to the point where I was like, I might just sterilize myself. I was in the process of hoping
Damn.
to not have any more eggs. I'm serious. But in my sterilization process, apparently I was like, oh, I'm gonna drop all of these.
No, but
And
yeah.
you
No,
know, it was
my
just,
wife made me get sterilized in 2012, and I'm glad she did. In
How many kids you
hindsight,
have?
3.
Okay.
I was a late bloomer. All my friends got grandkids, great grandkids. My youngest is 16. My oldest is 22. 2 boys
So
and a
check
girl.
this out, bro. I got my adopted daughter, she's in her 30s, 30 something, but my son, he's 29, and my baby, well, he's 28, he'll be 29, and my baby is 8, 20 years
Oh
apart. My
yeah,
grandson, my grandson is 6 months younger, so I got a grandson and a child at this,
right.
and I'm
you see how that
55.
shit go? Like really, like you see how that shit go? I was like, yo,
Yo.
it's a twisted joke. I swear it is, but it's all good.
Oh,
I
but
mean,
that's what I wanted to add about the detachment. What my father also tried to explain to me, which Bobby and everybody else will, but I really, when it comes from somebody that you was in the physical with, you walked with, the message just for me hit kind of different. He was like, those kids. Remember how remember how remember how Bobby said, man, fuck them kids, right?
Yeah.
Yo, my father
Panic
said
say
it.
that too.
My father said it in the same type way, but I used to take that shit literally because you have kids, you think, but then I start to get it once my father got over and started explaining to me because he was like, "That's gonna be your trap." I said, "What you
yep.
mean?" And I asked fucking Water. I asked Water. I said, and before I called him, and before he could pick up the phone, I'm like, he like, "What up?" I'm like, "I already know the answer." He like, "What?" I was like, "Cause Jag got 1 kid and I got 3." And I don't know. I just be coming up. I be trying to come up with original thoughts, and I do. I be. And I said, does the amount of kids that you have increase your chance in reincarnation? My father said it depends on the level of your consciousness.
Mhm.
That made sense to me. So I had to start letting his death, and I told y'all, my little side chick story. They died. She died October 31st. He died January 21st. And in hindsight now, I see that helped me with detachment.
Mhm.
That helped me hang up the whole card for good. Because I said, I'm never going to grieve over another woman like that, unless it's my mother, my sister, my daughter, or my wife. And that was my lesson. That was my lesson learned. And I had been begging for that shit. Give me some. I'm coming up with rituals to try to get the young girls off me. But it had to take death.
Yeah.
For me, because I'm hard headed. I gotta fucking get touched to fire, nigga. You can't tell me shit. I gotta go through the experience
Miss
myself.
Visa.
Like, come on. I always say I grew up in the first functional dysfunctional family because my mother and father argued like fucking cats and dogs, but they loved each other. They never left. Never, no, nothing physical, just all verbal. That's why between when I listened to that Damon Wayans part where he was talking on Shay Say how they just had fun, just ironic, sarcastic, dirty jokes. That was the four of us.
Mm-hmm.
That was the four of us. So I said, okay. I said, no, you put as much as you can into them, but ultimately, he repeated what I'm always repeating to my classmates. He said, but ultimately, it's YOU, nigga. Your own universe. Those are own planets that came here. They chose you. That they got half the fuck. He said they got half the battle by choosing two conscious parents.
Right.
So I said, I'll be having Jag cracking. I said, yo, if the motherfuckers get up tomorrow and be like that, I think I want to go to Jesus Christ. Or this one say I will drive the motherfuckers to the fucking church, to the masjid. You gotta let them, because you get over there, like my father said, that's the first thing the archon's gonna show you. Oh, I could have parented this way. I should have spent more time with you were never here.
Right.
They were never here. They're avatars. I love what sister said last night.
The
Every day,
meat
guys.
suit.
She said, I'm the because I've had 7 attributes. Shit, 2 more years, I may have another name. God damn, I'm gonna have fun in this meat suit while I'm here.
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
feeling like, damn, I done had so many fucking names because
fuck that. We're here for the experience. At least I am.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
you know what? That come to think, like we last Sunday we was talking about the meat suit and everything, and then we came across where I was saying about like one of the things is okay, what I had asked mental, what kind of like what we're talking about right now is like, okay, where do you go from here? At your point in your spirituality, not looking back, where do you go from here? You know what I'm saying? So, and then that kind of like, then questions came up, we was talking. Then one of the things that, it came across my mind for people that want to try to check out early, you know, like they can't do it, they can't take it, and whether it's depression or whatever is happening in their life, and there's not to be talking about anybody or I'm just making a scenario here. Okay. They go ahead, check out. Next thing you know, they're crying in the operating
Mm.
as a child, a baby all over again. Do you think they learned their lesson? Do you think they come back until they learn a lesson?
Mm.
For me, for my study and my research, I would have to say yes. I would have to say yes.
That they could come back and
But then with the constable, I have to call my pop. That's his title now. I have to give him his pop. The constable told me, but that's okay. Like she put it in the post the other day. Like, what's it? This girl says she want to come back. Good. You know what? Another, like they said, if you work with certain spirits, entities, ancestors, they will get to tell you what your next job is. I found out what it ain't coming back here. But if you watch this series on Netflix called Sandman, there's a black girl in the cat.
I
That's
like,
his.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
we
gonna
love
be my
Sandman.
fucking job. When
Yo,
that nigga,
I
as
mean,
soon as
oh,
you
the
leave,
one that
as
which
soon as
one? Which
people,
black girl though? The one
the
that come
black
and
girl
says
who
your
as soon
time
as,
is up?
soon as people die, she right
Oh
there
yeah,
like,
yeah,
hey.
yeah.
death. She's
But
dead.
but
That's
it's gonna
death.
Yeah.
be for my bloodline.
Mhm.
I'm gonna be doing that for people and my mother, my father. I said, I like that job. I'll sign
She
up for that
said
shit.
she said that when she'll be the last person to leave this universe. So when she locks it up, that means death will be no more.
You know what? I'm glad you said that, Legend, because I posted in our group, and I'm gonna tag you in it, the lady who does the spirit attachment hypnosis. And one of the girls, I posted the one, her under hypnosis, the spirit that's attached to her is a guide, an ancestor that was telling her that she wasn't doing her job because that was her role in the family. She was not doing her job to transition
Yeah, send
the
me that.
family. Right.
Right.
It's in the
Send me that
group,
shit.
but you got to
Oh,
hear it
okay.
because
I
it's
gotta go
good as
back
hell.
up. Okay.
Yeah. I'll
Yeah.
post it to you again.
I
But
wanted
Yeah,
to
so
this like $4,000, and I'm like, yeah.
that was one of the things that I had asked. It was just like, okay, people that are trying to get away and everything, and then the boom, next thing you know, they're and coming out the womb again. You know what I'm saying? And as I'm really leaning more to the part, it's just like you still haven't learned your lesson, so you're learning a whole different lesson plus the one that from the previous life.
I
Really?
think definitely this is why I feel like I'm having to go through all of this stuff because people didn't do their lesson or do what their job was. Because, I mean, dang, I get married to somebody and we find out that his whole family, his whole life is a lie, which is the same type of lie as my grandfather, who I didn't know. But I'm like, oh shit. So I'm having to figure the stuff out with him and figure out what's the lesson for me. And then in doing I'm healing a wound that's in me because it came straight from my grandfather, which then affected my dad, which also affected me. So it was just like, okay, so I'm healing all the jobs that nobody did. And I'm open spiritually, but my grandfather was so far down. He was low, 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 low because of what he had done and the guilt that he had that I was telling Visa. It took him 13 years to come back up because I every time I did my libations and all that stuff for my people, um, I would put him in it and he did not answer, but I always, sent something up for him and, pour out a little liquor, did all that stuff for him as well as everybody else. And then one day he was just like, thanks for not forgetting about me. Thanks for sticking with me. And I'm like, no problem. And then, in the living, I did that for my kid's dad. It wasn't as appreciated, but it's appreciated through my sons because now they're realizing they don't have to hold on to this trauma because I do a lot of trauma work and this is how I live through this. So they're not harboring all that. So if they choose to come back here and do their thing, they won't have to carry on that stain in the generational with the generational curses and stuff.
Mm.
And I did it on my mom's side with my cousin because my cousin wanted to come and live with my mother, but everybody said, don't nobody want to be bothered with you. So then he was murdered. And where'd he come? Straight to me. um because he knew that I was going to welcome him in and raise him up, and he did his thing and he went on and he protected my kids when they were out, and they knew the relationship with them. They had a relationship with a spirit for a while. So that's just, I mean, that's the role I took on. So I get it what you're saying, do the and I help people transition. I had a girlfriend who she had MS that was eating the myelin of her brain. And she would, it was crazy with spirit is I would talk to her and it was just like us talking right now. She sounded fine. I had no idea that she was really looking and her body was like, remember what Richard Pryor looked like when he was about to die?
Deteriorating,
And
deteriorating.
yeah.
When I saw her in the car and I looked at her and I'm like, who in the hell is this person? Because I didn't know. Like she cognitively was there, but physically gone. And I know that a lot of people had tried to take care of her. She was really a naturalist. She didn't want to do, medication to stall out whatever was going to happen. And I literally had to actually leave her after a month. I was supposed to be with her for like 3 months because her husband was trying to kill her. And I knew that if me being there, being the spiritualist that I was, that the stuff that I was doing, he was going to make it seem like I killed her. And I ain't need that. So I had to leave her. And and then I used to tell her, you got some nerve trying to die before me. What the hell? You like being here. I'm really ready to go, And then she ended up leaving. And it was so crazy because when my baby got sick, I felt her in the hospital with me. And I just looked at my husband. I said, yo, what if this baby is the baby that she always wanted? Because she had 4 girls and I had 4 boys, and her husband always wanted a boy. So she took that baby. She finally got that boy. And I was like, damn, now I got to fight, damn, all this other energy and her in the hospital. Great. So I didn't went through a lot of different situations, and the lesson with that again, which apparently I'm stupid and I'm just not getting it because my
But you
mama.
know what the best part about it is that you wasn't closed minded to it, that you was willing to expand with the knowledge from it.
Oh, that's all because I'd heard. Listen, my teachers really are Panic and Bobby Hemmett, and Panic would say stuff, and I'll be like, "Hell yeah, that's exactly what it is. Let me just go ahead and do this." And I had done so much crazy shit, what would seem crazy, and it worked. That I was like, man, I dictate this. So when I write it, and then say I had a stroke, so I couldn't write, so I had to do it in my mind. So if I think it, then that's what it is.
As the
If I think
mind sees it, you can perceive it. You know what
and
I'm saying?
that's what this is. And then sometimes I just go into the trenches sometimes because I came in through cancer and sometimes it gets the best of me.
You know
And
the
then,
sad part is too, sometimes that we get so distracted that you don't even realize, how you can just speak your things and then it's off center. You know what I mean?
Mhm,
We become off centered, like you said, that you knew about these things, but then you just speak it and then things start to happen. But when you get distracted, sometimes you start to
right,
you're not focused. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, all I gotta
mhm,
do is, man, take care of this.
right, right.
You know what I'm saying? And that's the way it is.
Mhm.
Especially somebody that's doing the work and that knows truth.
Yeah.
What can be against you? What can absolutely be against you?
This is definitely where it is. And this is very helpful because sometimes dealing with this stuff day in and day out, I'm just like, you know, there's got to be more. And just like I was talking to Visa last night and just saying how on the outside, I really can't get any help with my son because I held him to the place where he doesn't have all of these things that need to help him. He doesn't have a G tube. He doesn't have a breathing tube. He's not on medication. And I was told by the owner of the company that I'm trying to get this help from. He's like, well, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but you healed him too good. Now they don't want to help you. And so Visa was like, well, have you petitioned Saint Expedite? I was like, oh, let me tell you about that. That motherfucker said no. I'm like, can you give my baby some help? He said, nah, because you already know what's coming and you just gotta wait because it's gonna be bigger than you could ever think you can imagine.
Whatever goes on the one side always has to come the same equal or amount or better on the other side.
So that's what we're waiting for.
It's
I'm waiting for
coming.
our kid to first. This stuff need to come on.
Yeah,
Uh
but you know what? That's part of the lesson, being patient. It's coming.
huh. It is. I mean, it's just every day something stupid happen, and I'm like, "Are you fucking serious?" And then when you stop
It's
looking,
you know what those are? Those are little distractions.
that's
Go
it
about your
is.
just go about your way. Do your thing.
Well, my dad says, the moment you stop thinking about it, that's when it's gonna happen.
That's why I said do your thing. Go about your way. Go about your merry way doing what you do.
Yep.
It
And so
will
Mhm.
happen.
I'm on
Okay,
this.
everybody. I want to end it with jazz
Oh, I'm
and
sorry.
end the night. It's 12:03. No, it's okay. It's 12:03.
Okay.
And I
Hey,
want to
it's
end
been a
it for
pleasure.
tonight. And this was very well. I enjoyed this a lot. And we
By
definitely
far
gonna
the
do this
longest one, I think.
again.
Sid. This might
Huh?
be the longest. This might be the longest one.
Oh, it is. It is. So far, it's the longest one we had so far. We probably could go on some more,
Like,
but I want to
yeah,
end it right here because I feel
word.
like this is where we
Please
need to
do.
end it. And
Yes.
we're gonna pick it up again in the future where it's gonna be a free fall where get everybody to come on and share their story. That's got to be done. Started earlier in the day. We'll start that one like 6 or 7 because we know we're gonna be on here good while, right? Good
And
minute
intermissions. We'd have to
discussing.
take intermissions and shit, like 30-minute
Yeah.
Yeah,
intermissions.
yeah, yeah. I enjoyed a
Yeah.
lot, and I've enjoyed tonight a lot. So,
Yeah.
good night, Mr. Legend,
Good
and
night, y'all.
Everyday Goddess.
Hey,
Okay,
peace
yeah.
everybody. All right.
Jazz,
Peace.
you
Thank
Yes.
stay
you.
on for a minute.
Okay.
You stay on for a minute. I just want everybody else to click off.
Okay.
End it with you because you were the guest tonight. So again, I want to thank you for coming on and um, bringing your energy and just sharing your story and sharing your knowledge with everybody because you really put some people on tonight. And I told you, I was telling you that from the start. I said, listen, when you come on, I told you how it was going to be. I told you, I remember telling you how it was going to be. I said, I remember sitting on my back porch and just talking to you that night. I said, this is what I'm talking about. this the guy that I've been waiting on. This is what I want. And you brought it. You gave me exactly what I asked for, and I appreciate that.
Well, I
And
appreciate it. I
yeah,
appreciate you. You know that.
yeah,
This
definitely.
was
We definitely gonna do this again. And the next one is gonna be you and mental.
okay.
And then we'll do the everybody thing. Okay. All
Hey, it was
right.
a pleasure, Miss Lisa. And then my new spiritual brothers and sisters that came on tonight. It was a pleasure breaking bread with you tonight. And hopefully we can all do it again soon.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
And again, all his information is in the chat on the flyer. Also, I posted their Facebook page. Y'all can go over there and join Overstanding Darkness. That also I posted that tonight. So it's there. Water Alchemist is coming up next. He will be October 13th, which is Legends friend that he kept mentioning when he said water. He's talking about
The
the Water
water.
Alchemist. I'm gonna post one of his videos. He got YouTube videos that's really short. He called it the meat and potatoes. When I tell you this guy stood on the phone with him for like almost 2 hours damn near, just y'all gonna love him. The guy's on it. And y'all gonna get to know him too as well. And so I'm gonna end it with that, but check the chat for information and thank everybody for participating. See y'all soon. Good night.
Peace. One.